Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. You scared by the title. I ain't gonna hurt you too bad though. I said I ain't gonna hurt you too bad though. Oh, must be a lot of ops in here tonight. Y'all don't want to hit the like button. I said the ops must be in here tonight. Y'all don't want to hit the like button? That's okay. I got plenty of instrumentals. We can keep playing instrumentals until them likes match the people in here. Or I'm not coming on. What I said the other night, I meant it. Too much information given. I need to see them likes. I helped a lot of people make a lot of money. I turned people's businesses around. Hit the like button. Hey, Axel, they scared of the title. They scared. Come on in, hit that like button. Don't be scared. I ain't gonna hurt you too bad. on in, come on in, come on in, come on in. Hit the like button. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you are checking in from. Shout out to Axel. I see you in here. Shout out to everybody checking in. I know everybody's scared. People want to pausing on hitting the like button because they're looking at the thumbnail. But guess what? What we're going to talk about tonight, I'm going to tell you why you should quit and don't take thumbnails so serious. All right. Don't take thumbnails so serious. Some people take stuff very serious. Is it clickbait? No. I'm going to actually tell you why you should quit. And the people who feel a certain type of way, those are the people that should quit. Those are the people that should quit, because what I'm going to tell you is true, right? Everything has a teaching point. Every talking point that I give has a teaching point. All right. Sometimes you got to just dress things up. Sometimes you just got to dress stuff up to open people's eyes and get their attention, because if you say things directly, you know what I'm saying, it kind of, it just blows over. So sometimes you got to do things that jump out at people to get their attention so they can hear what you have to say. So it ain't clickbait. I'm actually telling you why you should quit. And like I said, the people who get offended and get all moist in their heart and unsubscribe, that's fine. But those are the people that really should quit, because like I said, what I'm about to tell you is a teaching point, and it's a key to success in the box truck business or any business. I think a lot of people are going down a wrong path. People I talk to a lot of people. I talked to a young man today in a coaching session that started watching my content, saw something that was not working, transition into something that's working, and he's doing great at it. And this guy isn't even on the truck. He just listened to what I said, applied methods that I talk about, and he's seeing success, other than the fact he also has a great driver. But then on the flip coin, there's people who just don't understand and they just don't get it. But we're going to talk about that tonight. So hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let me know where you're checking in from. Occasionally throughout the night, I'm going to be taking my breaks if those likes is not matching. And that's what I'm going to do. I might just, go ahead and skedaddle. But let me know where you're checking in from. I see Midwest in the building. We got Florida in the building. What else we got? We got Investing in You. Houston, Texas is in the building. ATL is in the building. I see Axel in the building. What else we got? DK Hammond, love you. Mark must nap though. Going out Amazon late. Had to mash the like button first. I'll watch the replay. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ibrahim Philly in the building. Peace and blessings. What's good? Mark Brown in the building. We got DC in the building. We got the Caribbean in the building. We got Naptown in the building. Okay. We got the Caribbean in the building. D-Boy 2021. Shout out to you. Appreciate you for tapping in. Hit that like button. All y'all that's pausing on the like button, I know why you pausing. But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you better than I could tell you. But check this out. Let's talk about it. Why you should, shout out to all the haters too that's watching, all the ops. I'm going to tell you why you should quit the box truck business. All right. So basically what I want to talk about tonight is self-motivation. I got a poll up. And I'm surprised by the results. I thought it would be 100% one way. Somebody probably got a sponsor. There's probably somebody here got a sponsor. So who pays your business expenses? Me and my business, which would mean you and your business, or someone else? One person put someone else. So out of 19, 20 votes so far, one person put someone else. I'm assuming that's probably a young lady who has a sponsor. You know what I'm saying? They taking all the money from the profit and got a goofy paying all the bills.
Yo, goof ass. Goofy as hell.
That's the only way I could see somebody running a business and somebody else is paying the expenses of the business. So if you in the business are not paying the expenses, then it's got to be a sponsor. So shout out to the John. Come on in, come on in, come on in. It's just jokes. It's just jokes, but it may be the truth. I don't know. I'm just taking a wild guess. Mark Brown in the building, DC in the building, Seattle's in the building. We got VA in the building. All right, so pop up real quick. I was gonna say this for Thursday night, but I said, you know what? I've been around the crib cleaning up, ran some little errands. I said, let me go ahead and hit this tonight. Then I'll be back tomorrow, and then I'll come back Thursday with something else. All right, why you should quit the box truck business. All right, I want to talk about self-motivation. If you rely on other people to motivate you, to encourage you, to get up and do what you got to do, you should quit. You should quit. I'm going to talk to you and I'm going to tell you why you should quit. All right, there's a lot of people in multiple spaces. I'm not just talking about box trucking. I'm talking about real estate, just all different forms of business, all right? Creators, influencers across the internet that prey on people. And then they use the words encouragement, motivation, things of that nature. And they do these things, right? They take pages out of Tony Robbins' book. They take pages out of Ty Lopez's book. They take pages out of Grant Cardone's book. And then they try to put their sauce on it and bring it into different spaces throughout the internet, right? And people fall victim. A lot of people fall victim to the smooth talk and the motivation. But let me tell you one thing. If you fall victim to that, then that's on you, right? Because shouldn't nobody be motivating you to get up and do anything? If you are bold enough, if you're bold enough to take the risk and start your own business as an entrepreneur, you're taking a risk. Nobody is forcing you to take this risk. Nobody is putting a gun to your head to invest your own money. Your whatever capital you have, whether you're pulling it from a 401k, whether you're pulling it from a trust fund, whether you're dipping into your son's or your daughter's college fund, pulling some of that money back. Whatever you're doing to get this money together to start this business, no one is forcing you to pour that money and invest in something that is a risk. It's a 50% chance you're going to become successful. It's a 50% chance you're going to fail. So what is strange to me, why people run to people to encourage them and to motivate them. If you want someone to motivate you, this is what you do. You go get a job, right? Certain jobs, I heard they do it at Amazon. I remember when I worked at the Gap when I was in college back in the day. This is in the late 90s, early 2000s. If you opened the store up, if you were there prior to the store opening, before the store would open, like 5 minutes before, and a lot of different businesses do this in a lot of different industries. If you were there before the store opened, about 5 minutes before the store opened, they would call a morning huddle, where everybody that's in the building would come down to that huddle. They would talk about numbers, LY. They would talk about what numbers they were expecting today, and then they would do like motivation and encouragement. Like if you go to some stores, like I was at Nike not too long ago, and I was there early because I got a tip that they was going to have some retros at the Nike outlet. They was going to have like some retros, so I got a tip. So I was there early, and I was standing outside waiting for them to open. And I could see them doing their morning huddle, and they're clapping and trying to rile up everybody to get motivated to push sales that day. This is what corporate companies do. They motivate employees. If you are going to start a business, take that risk of starting a business, you give all of that up. You don't get a chance to be somber and sorry and sad and all this shit. You know why? Especially because a lot of people, mostly everybody damn near that I talk to eventually wants to scale. If you're the person who can't self-motivate yourself, if you're not self-driven and you have to go pay somebody to motivate and encourage you, you're going to fail. You know why? Because the people that you hire are looking to you to motivate them. Every person that is under you, it's your job to motivate them. So now if you're looking to somebody to motivate you because you're not self-driven, how are you going to motivate them? How are you going to boost morale amongst your team. If what I'm saying is making sense, and you on your phone or you on your computer, drop the 100 emojis in the chat. Drop 100 emojis in the chat. Let me know, because if what I'm saying is not making sense, let me know. Drop 100 emojis in the chat. Let me see some 100 emojis in the chat. If what I'm saying is making sense, let me see the 100 emojis. Let me see the 100 emojis. It's got to make sense. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You want to wear the crown, right? You want to wear the crown. So you giving up a lot of stuff. Heavy is the head that wear the crown. When them problems arise, you got to deal with it. So when I say why you should quit, if you're running to other people, the creators and the influencers, and you're signing up so that they can motivate and encourage you, quit. It ain't for you. Business ain't for you. You got to be self-motivated. You know who motivates me? You know who motivates me? I'm going to tell you who motivates me. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. We got 62 people. We got 34 likes. I don't like that. I don't like that ratio. I don't like that ratio. When y'all get them likes up, I'll be back. I'm going to stop working for free. You going to pay me with likes. I know my worth. I said I know my worth. See, I had to clear people out of here. I only want to talk to the people who appreciate the time. So how was 60, damn near 70 people in here? 35 likes, was 65 people, 35 likes. When I went off, the people that left, those are the people that didn't hit the like button. I don't want them here no way. I don't want them here. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to be putting this content out and be sitting here talking for an hour or two, and then when I go off, I see 400 people came through here and we didn't even get 100 likes. I'm not doing that shit no more. Straight up and down. So I'm when I do that, it's going to clear people out. And the people that stick around are the people that want to be here. I don't want people just sitting up gawking at me and don't want to hit the like button. Let me get them up out of here. Let me get them up out of here. Because when I did that, see how the number dropped, and it dropped to the amount of people that was in here, because those people that stick around hit the like button. Let me get them out of here. All right, so boom, where did I leave off at? Self-motivation. I was about to tell y'all what motivates me. All right. What motivates me as an entrepreneur, what motivates me as a businessman. I don't need to go to nobody for motivation. All right. What motivates me is the mortgage company, the repo man, the gas company, the light company, the insurance company. Everybody that hits my account every month, right, for bills are what motivates me to keep money coming in. You shouldn't have to go pay nobody to encourage you. You have to be self-driven, self-motivated in any business. But we're going to talk about the box truck business, why it's important that you're self-driven and you're self-motivated. All right? It is a dog-eat-dog world out here, especially in this business. The logistics business can be very cutthroat. It's dog-eat-dog. I'm going to give you some scenarios, and I'm going to give you some examples. We kind of talked about this a few weeks ago when I talked about the non-compete, and then me and Kirk debated on the non-compete, and then one of my former employees, Rob, came on. We did some dialogue about the non-compete. I did some dialogue with him about the non-compete as well. People want what you have. People want what you have. I've talked about how I've leveraged going into different logistics companies, applying pressure, knowing that I'm in there with a multitude of trucks and preying on the weaker individuals, which would be the independent owner operators. If there's a route that I see that I want, right, that's a better route, I need that. Because guess what? If the shoe was on the other foot and it was the other way around, they would want what I have. If it was better, if it was more conducive for them and their business, they would want it. For instance, I'm coming into a logistics company. I'm on the new. They give me the shitty route. They send me way out in the boondocks, right? But I'm in a big metropolitan city. From where the logistics company is at, from where my truck is at to where the logistics company at, to where the particular route that I want is at, all in one day, it's probably about a 30-mile round trip. The amount of money on fuel that would be saved would be astronomical. The travel time to the logistics company, loading up, and then another hour from the logistics company way out to some suburb somewhere. And then once you finish with your route way out in that suburb, you got about an hour and a half, 2 hour drive back, because now you got to drive back into the city and it's rush hour. So now you're sitting in rush hour traffic. Who wants to deal with that? No, I need that inner city route. What do I got to do to get that inner city route? Okay, so that's a little guy. He's an independent contractor. It's just him and his one truck. I'm in here with 9, 10 trucks. I need that route. That's putting the pressure on him, because now the operations supervisor, look, you've been messing up. I'm telling you now. Buddy down there, that master contractor with all them trucks in here, he want that route. He didn't express interest in this route a multitude of times. And he has more leverage than you, so you need to, get your stuff together. Apply pressure. People want what you have. So you have to motivate yourself to get up and get shit done. Well, Mark, man, why would you, I don't understand, Mark. Why would you want to prey on the weak? This is business. This is dog eat dog. I don't care about what another person, I told y'all before, the same way I look at business, people are looking at business the same way. And they looking at you. If you weak and you got something they want, they're going to come take it. I don't care about the next man, they business, they family, they kids, none of that stuff. It's about me, my employees, my family, and bringing money into our company. Mark, that's kind of harsh. All right, I'm going to give you another example. If you think that's harsh, let me give you another example. Think about all the mom and pop convenience stores and grocery stores that existed. Some of y'all may be too young to remember this. And then there was a bunch of corporate stores too. And then Walmart came to town. And then Target came to town. I talked about consultants the other day, hiring consulting firms. When these big companies look at um, markets to put stores in, they hire consulting firms. They know how many small mom and pop convenience stores, grocery stores, pharmacies are in the area where they plan on building. Does that stop them from building? No. Do they know once they come to town and they build right next door or a half a mile or a quarter of a mile down from Johnson's Grocers or from Al's grocers that's been there for 50 years? It's a staple in the community. It's been passed down for 3 generations. Do you think they don't know that it's there? Hell yeah, they know it's there. Do you think they care? Hell no. They don't care. So it's the same way, just on a smaller scale. It's your job to motivate yourself to get up, do what you got to do, make your business run efficiently. Because someone is plotting and planning to take what you have. They want your spot. And if you got to rely on somebody else to motivate you, man, you know what we call that here? Man, getting you up out the way. Sometimes you got to get people up out the way. If it's somebody that got a spot and they holding the spot and I know I need that, man, we got to get them up out the way. You in the way. I keep telling people want your spot. Self-motivation. Mark, man, R&L, they not answering. Keep going there. What I told you, kicking the doors down. Stop knocking on these people's doors. If you go knock the first time because you polite, and then you go knock the second time, if they not open, then you got to kick the door down. Now, I don't physically mean go in there and put foot to door. I mean apply pressure. Apply pressure could be, okay, you going once a week? All right, now go twice a week. All right, go 3 times a week. That aggressive nature and that aggressive behavior, once it becomes repetitive, they're going to start seeing you come in there often. You're going to show them something that other people aren't showing them. And if you're that consistent to come there to seek opportunities, a light bulb is going to pop in their head. Well, you know what? This person is persistent. I think that's a good character. Maybe we should pull him in. I know we need people, and we've been kind of laissez-faire on onboarding people. But let me pull you, because I've seen him here a few times, and he's very persistent. I like that character. I like that character trait. Let me pull him in. You got to motivate yourself to get up and do it. Progressive is hitting your card or hitting your account every 30 days. That's what should motivate you. Not me, not any other content creator. You got other content creators that are charging you. They're telling you, look, you're gonna pay. We got this coaching session, and part of the coaching session includes motivation and this, that, and the third. Like, if you got to pay for that shit, man, you just quit. Business, you should be self-driven, self-motivated. I talked about why the bills and things should motivate you. I want to talk about, I gave y'all some examples of big companies coming to town and kind of moving people out the way. All right. These big companies are self-driven and self-motivated. Why? To have a bigger footprint. They want to have a bigger footprint across the country. Walmart has a huge footprint across the country. McDonald's has a huge footprint across the country. What do you think motivates Burger King to set up shop right across the street from McDonald's? Do you think they go pay people to motivate them to do that? Or do you think they just are aggressive? Aggressive with their marketing. Aggressive on how they strategically replace restaurants. That's strategic. It's a strategy. They allow McDonald's to do all the research and development. They allow McDonald's to do all the R&D. And then they just set up shop across the street. Nobody has to encourage or motivate them to do that. They just do it. You know, the guys that sit at home, like the guys with like real low self-esteem, right? And then they go in these funny little chat rooms and stuff, and 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 there's girls, they call them cam girls or whatever, and then these guys with low self-esteem, they pay these girls to talk nice to them and stroke their ego. That's what a lot of y'all do when y'all pay some of these influencers and these creators. Y'all pay them to stroke y'all ego because they really don't know what the hell they talking about. And that's why y'all feel all upset once y'all pay for these sessions and shit and you don't learn anything, because the session was basically just stroking your ego. That's the same way that these cats do when they sit up on their internet chat with the chicks that call him baby and stroke their ego. It's the same situation. The same thing with Tony Robbins. If you go to a Tony Robbins seminar, they got the balloons flying in the air. They're playing the music, and it's like, yo, when you're a business person, you don't need that. You should be self-driven, self-motivated. And it goes back to what I said earlier for the people who came into the room late. It's your job. If you plan on scaling and you want to run a multitude of trucks and you want to have employees, it's your job to motivate them. If you come to me for coaching, it's going to be coaching. I'm not going to motivate you. If you telling me something and it don't make sense, I'm going to tell you it don't make sense. I'm going to correct you. People that have come to me, they'll tell you, like, I'm no nonsense. I'm not going to stroke your ego. I'm not going to tell you, yeah, well, it's going to all work out just, in due time. No, if you tell me something and it just doesn't make sense, I'm going to tell you, no, that's not going to work. And I'm going to give you the reasons why it's not going to work. And then I'm going to give you a strategy. I'm going to see what your vision is, and then I'm going to give you a strategy on how to go about it. I'm not going to stroke your ego. I'm gonna give you tough love because that's what it takes, because heavy is the head that wears the crown. You can't show no emotion. You can't show no weakness, because people are going to be coming to you for motivation and encouragement. You gave all that up the moment you decided you wanted to be an entrepreneur. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You gave all that up. You don't get to have that no more. I can't call none of my homies and be like, yo, I just need somebody to talk to, man. I got a lot going on, man. I'm just stressed out right now, man. It's just a lot, man. Business is, up and down. Man, get your goofy ass off my phone, man. Go figure it out.
Yo, goof ass.
That's what they're going to tell me. Get your goofy ass off my phone. Go figure that shit out, man. I ain't trying to hear all that goofball ass shit.
Goofy as hell.
And that's the real. That's the real. Stop investing good money into stuff that is not going to do you any good. The money that you're investing in people to motivate and encourage you can be invested into something else. Self-motivation. All right. You have to take the initiative to get up and do what you need to do. And it's discipline. It's just like I talked about a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago now. Discipline. I strive off discipline. I know shit got to get done, so I just do it. It's some days where I just don't want to do anything, but I don't have a choice. Why? Because what motivates me is the bank, and not the bank in the way you're thinking. If I don't get my ass up and make shit happen, the bank is going to come take this crib. If I don't get up and make shit happen, the repo man going to come take these cars. If I don't get up and make shit happen, the insurance companies are gonna lapse my insurance. That's what motivates me. Why? Because I have discipline. Whether I got a stomach ache, I don't feel like doing shit, it's raining outside, my head hurt. Thursday night, y'all didn't even know that Thursday, I had a root canal earlier Thursday. On the 4th of July, I was flossing and broke a piece of my tooth off. So I had to go in and they had to do what they gotta do for the root canal so they can put the crown on in a few weeks. I was in pain Thursday. But guess what? You wouldn't have known that until I told you right now. I've been coming on Thursday nights for I don't even know how long. So people are looking for me. So just because I was in pain and my gums was throbbing, I still came on and gave you 3 hours of probably one of the best lives that I ever did. It's discipline. Even though I didn't want to, my mouth was hurting, I sat up here and talked for 3 hours. That's discipline. Discipline is what should drive you as an entrepreneur. I don't give a damn what business you in. Discipline, not motivation, not encouragement. You shouldn't need all that. You should be self-driven. Persistence. You got to be persistent. You want to be this entrepreneur and you want to scale. Guess what? When you scale, it's going to be more work. You're bringing on, the more money you make, the more work you're going to bring upon yourself. And guess what? You could build your business to a point where you can hire people and delegate people to take on certain tasks. And it may take away from you doing more day-to-day work, right? But what that's going to do is increase your mental workload. Your mental workload is going to go through the roof because now you've seen success in the business, you scale the business. So now you're going to want to duplicate that in a different field. So now your mind is racing with ideas. You become now what's called an innovator or a visionary or a creator. Once you see success in one thing, you know, sky's the limit now. So your mind is always racing. And some of y'all in the chat probably are like that now. Like, Mar, I feel you. Man, my mind is always thinking of different business ideas and different strategies and different things that I could get and make money from. My mind is like that all the time. Sometimes I'm thinking so much, I get a headache. You scale a business, you delegate people, and then they're dealing with the day-to-day and the people like the employees and stuff. But now you got that management team that you've hired, right? They're coming to you. There's certain things that they can okay, but then there's a bunch of things that you're going to require that they get approval. You just put someone in between you and the people that are out doing the physical work. But you're still being pulled in different directions and you're constantly trying to build. Just because you built this one thing, it doesn't stop there. So you need somebody to motivate you to duplicate what you built? No. You built what you built because you had the discipline. And, you know, it's messed up that I got to talk about this stuff. But believe it or not, still to this day, I get people that come to me. And the first thing they want to do when they come to me is tell me about how they was with someone else. and they're struggling. They haven't gotten results. Stop going to people for motivation and encouragement. If you're going to hire a consultant, and this is going to be the last time I talk about this for a while. I know I'm going to have to talk about it again, you know, but I try not to do this, but every 3 months, you know, I you know, because I don't want to make, you know, my content about, I want to keep the content about things that, you know, are going to effectively, you know, make your business successful. But I guess this is one of them, you know what I'm saying? Because I have to remind myself a lot of time that a lot of people that are coming into this space are first time entrepreneurs, and just the whole scope of being an entrepreneur that you might not just have full knowledge of it. And you can easily be misled. You know, people will talk a good game. but you can't be led astray. You should not be paying anybody to encourage you or motivate you. If you're looking to pay someone to encourage or motivate you, then quit. Go get a job. Go work for Nike every morning. Nike store every morning when they open the store, they're gonna do a huddle, a team huddle, and they're gonna clap and sing the Nike song and cheer. Go work for one of these retailers. They do. I think Starbucks does it. Starbucks in the first morning, they have a team huddle and they rile up the troops. Go work one of those jobs and they'll motivate you every morning. Go work one of those jobs. I heard Amazon does team meetings. You know, when they switch shifts, they'll get all the Amazonians together and they'll do a team huddle and they'll tell you what the productivity level they want for the night, and they'll clap and clap and all that goofball shit. Go work one of those jobs and they'll motivate you. It's up to you to motivate yourself because other people are relying on you to motivate them. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You know, you can't be passive in business. You can't be passive in business. You can't be. You cannot be passive in business. Somebody wants what you have. And just like I coach and I train people, I don't really do too much of it on my live streams, but that killer instinct. We don't ask for nothing. We take. Business owners take. We don't ask, we take. We kick doors down. You can't have a passive approach to success when you're trying to build a business. You have to have an aggressive approach. And if you're looking for someone to motivate you, right? And you don't have self-motivation, you don't have that killer instinct. It takes a killer instinct to become successful. The other day we talked about the $1 million and I gave the strategy and the components of what it takes to make $1 million, to gross $1 million. It takes a killer instinct. It takes killer tactics. Can't be passive. You know how many people I done put out of business? You know how many people I done leaned on? Now ask me, do I care? No, I don't care. When I debated with Kirk about the non-compete, this is why. You got to worry about employees. You got to worry about the next man in the dock next to you. Because if the person in the dock next to you has more leverage than you and he wants what you have, he's going to pursue it. And he's going to do whatever he needs to do to take it. If they got him way out in Yondersville and you're local and he's going to save a whole lot more money, let one of your trucks don't show up for a few days or see a consistent pattern. That's always been my technique. Let me see a consistent pattern. Man, his truck don't never show. Every Monday his truck is not here. You asked us to cover this route every single Monday during football season. Notice it's always during football season. In the summer, this person is okay. But during football season, every Monday this person call off. And y'all asked us to cover this route. Why y'all just don't give us this route and give him the route we got? Send him way out to the suburbs. Mark, I wouldn't do nothing like that. Everybody has it in them. Mark, I ain't got that in me. I can prove to you that you would be willing to take food out somebody's mouth. Let me give you an example. You're trying to get with T-Force, and they're telling you we don't have no spots available. We don't got no spots available. We may have this one guy, but it's a 6-day-a-week contract, and he works 6 days for the most part, but at least 2 weeks out the month, he only works 5. He just really has a thing about working 6 days. He really doesn't want to work 6 days. So, that'll probably be the first spot, that opens up. But we got to find a reason to get rid of this contract. He's a contractor. He's not an employee, so we just can't get rid of him like that. Your response is going to be, well, we'll work 6 days. You work 6 days? Yeah, I don't have no problem working 6 days. That right there is that killer mentality. And you don't even know it. Well, we got a guy that says they're willing to work 6 days. Now, what you did, you put him in jeopardy. And you don't even know it. You don't even think it. Me, I'm just more aggressive. I go straight to him and tell him, man, he ain't doing that. I need that. But by saying you'll work 6 days after they told you that this person is flaky, it's putting his job in jeopardy. That's putting his job in jeopardy. That's putting his business in jeopardy. That's putting his kids in jeopardy. But that's business. It's not personal. That person is not motivated enough, not self-motivated enough to get his ass up and come do his job. And when you're not self-motivated enough to get up or disciplined enough to get up and take care of your responsibilities, there's going to be someone else that is. Discipline. I want people to focus more on discipline and not so much about seeking encouragement and motivation from others, especially when you're paying for it. Discipline is what's going to get you to the promised land. Discipline and self-motivation. You got kids? Look at your kids in the morning before you get up and go to work. Look at them. That should motivate you. Look at those bills piling up. That should motivate you. This right here shouldn't motivate you. Me talking this shouldn't motivate you. Paying somebody else shouldn't motivate you. Don't come to me for motivation, because I ain't going to motivate you. Because you should motivate yourself. Because I don't need nobody to motivate me. I know what I need to do. If I don't do what I need to do, they're going to come take this beautiful loft of mine. I ain't going to have nowhere to bring the chicks to. And I'm not going to let them do that. Because I have discipline. I have self-motivation. I don't need to go consult with nobody for them to encourage and motivate me. The mortgage company is enough. Mindset of a hustler. True that. What you talking about is DeWalt empowered me to operate at my peak mentality. All right. I don't know about all that, but I feel you. www.boxtruckcourses.com. I'll drop this link right here. Let's go to that website. What up, bro? First time at home to catch a live fine. Started my business. Started off small, roots with the regular vehicle, and plan on moving up. Congratulations, man. Get to it. Get active. I don't know who this is, but be cool. Whoever Rondo Nonson is, be cool. It's hard to turn it off for a few hours. What's that? Oh, you talking about your brain? Sometimes you can't sleep because your brain won't turn off. I feel you. If you're not lazy, you can live decent doing Amazon Relay in Toronto. Okay, what up, Mark? Shot-town in the building. Real game for a like. Come on, people. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tweaking on it. What up? 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 Yeah. So I just wanted to talk shit real quick. Um, I just be seeing shit, and then I just have to talk about it. And even with this that I talked about tonight, don't even take that as motivation because it shouldn't be motivation. Don't take it as encouragement because I didn't intend for it to be encouragement. All right. Everything from the thumbnail, the title to what I talked about tonight is for you to assess what is going on, within your business. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at the poll, 77 people in the poll, right? 77 people, one person. I'm assuming this is one person. 77 people, 95% said me and my business, 5% said someone else. So there might be two people. So if I take, hold on, let me see something. Let me do some math real quick. I'm just curious to know. 77 minus. So 4 people roughly put someone else. I'm curious to know who the 4 people are who have a business and them nor themselves don't pay for their business expenses. Man, it's a lot of tricking going on out here, man. There's a lot of tricking going on out here, man. I just, you say in business you got to thug it out. You definitely got to thug it out in business. It's going to be situations, and I didn't talk about that. I didn't talk about thugging it out. But I guess since you brought it up, we could talk about it real quick. And that's why I say, yo, if you're seeking someone to motivate and encourage you, you're not gonna make it. Just go ahead and quit because things are gonna happen. You're gonna be having a good day and you're gonna get that call, and it's gonna be a call that's really gonna change your mood. It's gonna change your financial status because you're gonna take some type of financial hit, right? And it's just gonna be a very upsetting call. And if you're running a business, shout out to EJ Pratt for subscribing. If you're running a business, whenever things arise, you're gonna have to thug it out and take care of it. You can't go crying and bitching and moaning and complaining to somebody and then feeling all down and whimpering around and shit like that. You gave all that up. You gave all that up. You sacrificed that. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. With with starting a business and growing it to become financially free and building something so that you can ultimately maybe scale that business up and invest that money into other things so that you can start your path to generational wealth. You're going to have pit stops and pitfalls, I should say, along the way. But you gave up your right. You gave up that right to somber and pity around. You can't do that because when shit happens, it's your responsibility to take care of the problem expeditiously. And that's why I say you should quit. You should quit. If that's you and you can't deal with issues, you can't deal with things happening, you can't deal with conflict, you're not a good problem solver. You're not a good problem solver. You're not a good problem solver. You should quit the box truck business. Quit. Do yourself a favor and just quit. Off yourself. Off yourself out the box truck space or any business. Because every single entrepreneur that you come across that's successful is a dog. It's a dog. Look at some of the most successful entrepreneurs in the country. Let's take a look at a few before I get out of here. Let's look at Jeff Bezos and let's look at Donald Trump. Let's start with Jeff Bezos. You got all these people running. He don't give two shits about none of them. Yeah, they talk a good game and they got things in place amongst the structure of the business to boost employee morale, right? But if you look at some of the situations where Amazon has been sued for, there was no moral compass at all. Excuse me. There's been plenty of situations that I've talked about early on my days in YouTube that really, I don't want to say affected me, but I'm like, okay, this guy has $186 billion or whatever the amount was at that time, because it fluctuates depending on the stock price, and him and Elon Musk were battling for number one and number two. And I'm looking at situations where contractors have killed people in accidents, um, killed people's dogs in driveways and stuff, have had all these multiple lawsuits. And these lawsuits have taken DSPs under, to the fact where they lost their business, they're bankrupt, their personal assets are on the hook. I've read articles. And with all the money that this company has, and with all the money that he has as an individual, it's business. Look, we're indemnified. It's a sad situation. We're sorry, but that's on the contractor. True. It's nothing for him to take $5 million. The man grosses multi-millions a day. Millions of dollars a day he makes personally with his stocks. It's easy for him. You know what? Our contractor did this. No amount of money can make it right. But here's $5 million to make your life a little bit easier going forward. Doesn't do it. It's just business. It's just business. There's nothing right here. That's not a person who wakes up in the morning when things happen and he gets put in the tabloids, or Amazon, the stock is tanking. I 100%, I can bet you, and I'm 100% sure he's not the type of person that goes and pays someone to encourage him. He's not. Because he's a dog. He's a dog. There's no empathy, no sympathy there. He's a dog. Look how many people he put out of business. Look how aggressive he is with Amazon sellers. Man's taking 30%. That's a lot. Just to be on the platform. It's just business. And then don't let you catch fire on a product on Amazon, and their analytics pick up on it. They're just going to make their own product under Amazon Essentials and put themselves higher than you. Here you are, a person who's paying to be on the platform. They're making 30% off you, but they say, you know what? They're selling a lot of these Bluetooths. A lot of them. We're looking at the analytics. They're selling 10,000 a day. We need to talk to somebody over in China so they can make us an Amazon Essentials one, and then we can sell it for. They're selling that for $20. We can sell ours for $9.99, and then we'll just put it at the top of the page when someone looks for a Bluetooth earbud. That's a dog mentality. You don't need nobody to encourage him. You think Donald Trump needs somebody to motivate him? Of course not. Man does what he wants to do. These are people that do what they want to do. Let's talk about Elon Musk. He's another guy, does what he wants to do. Does what he wants to do. The government, Elon, you want to bring the Cybertruck out? You got to add side mirrors. He doesn't want to add side mirrors. He wants the truck not to have side mirrors. He wants you to just use the cameras. He doesn't want to add the side mirrors. Elon, the truck is too sharp. You got to round it out a little bit. If the truck hits somebody, it's going to decapitate him. He doesn't want to do it. You go to the Tesla forums, customers are telling him, Elon, add Apple CarPlay. No. our technology is better. He won't even take heed and take the advice of the consumers who have invested and spent money in his product. Those are the three, well, not those, two of those three people are the richest people. Two of those, two out of the three people I just mentioned are the top two richest people in the world. And the similarities that they have are they don't budge or they don't move for nobody. These aren't people that have to get encouragement or motivation. So now look at your box truck business. Yeah, you're not on those guys' level, but you can learn something from those guys. They dogs. They dogs. So you got to thug it out. Like she said, the customer pays for everything. I think if you're talking about Amazon, you're right. Man, who is this Rondo cat? Oh, ain't nobody ever come up without going through it, get you where you need to be. Anything worth having, it ain't getting. Uh, I don't know what's going on. Where's my moderators? Everybody wants to be a lion until you have to do lion shit. This space ain't for the weak at heart. Eat or be eaten. Thank you, Kenneth. And that's all I've been trying to say for the past two lives. All that motivation and encouraging bullshit, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Stop paying for that shit. Stop listening to that shit. Get out here, go get it. There's nothing easy about it. You have to work hard. If somebody tells you, listen, check this out. You got to work hard, you got to work smart. But you have to work hard. You can't take hard work out of the equation. You can't take hard work out of the equation. Nothing comes easy in life. Unless you was born into money. And I think 99% of my subscribers wasn't. I don't have any. I got some celebrity subscribers, that DM me. But they didn't come from money. They have money now. But most of the people I talk to, I just trying to get it out the mud. Anybody gonna give you shit. Nobody's gonna give you anything. You gotta go out and get it. You gotta go take what you want. And this is why when I be cracking that joke, I be like, middle America people. Like, for real, a lot of people that I talk to that be kind of passive, they be from middle America. When I talk to people that be from New York, Chicago, LA, Atlanta, you gotta have that dog in you. Detroit, Cleveland. I could tell it's a little bit more fire. Now, I'm not saying everybody from smaller markets or middle America ain't got that fire, but I'm just telling you what I see. I pay attention to everything. It's business. You got to be a little bit more aggressive. It's not unicorns and rainbows. Many people don't be built for full-time entrepreneurship. Exactly. And that's what I was saying earlier. Full-time entrepreneurship is a grind within itself. It's a sacrifice. It's a constant grind. You're giving up a lot for this pot of gold. You're giving up a lot. You know how many times I've planned trips, right? And I've had to keep my fingers crossed that, nothing happened before this trip. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't have to cancel it. Or when I got to this other country, you know what I'm saying, that nothing happened that would ruin the trip. most of my time in Jamaica was spent on the phone, problem solving stuff that was going on back here. Now she frustrated because I'm on the phone and we in Jamaica. Same thing when I went to not Dominican Republic. Same thing when I went to Dubai. You give up a lot of certainty. It's a level of uncertainty. You're always thinking what can happen. You're always mentally preparing for what's going to happen next. I tell you all the time, problem solving. When you're running a business, especially at scale, problem solving. You're going to have to solve problems every day. You're getting pulled in a multitude of different directions every single day. And people are coming to you for answers. So now how you look having to go to somebody else and paying somebody else to motivate you. That's why I say quit. You're not going to make it. Just quit. I think it came across, I think I got a notification or I saw it on a trucking blog or something. Maybe I did it did come across. It did come across. Rob, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up, Rob? Interstate, screw it up. I'm gonna drop this link. So basically that's what I wanted to talk about tonight, man. Just motivating yourself, not relying on other people to motivate you and encourage you, reminding you or letting you know if you didn't know that being an entrepreneur, you're giving up your rights to be all soft and moist and emotional and sad. You don't get to have those emotions no more. When shit happens, it's your job to take care of things because you have employees that are looking to you. You got to motivate them. So you have to be self-driven. The only thing that should be motivating you is the repo man, the mortgage company, the insurance company, anybody that can come back and take something of yours. That's what should motivate you. Hit the like button if you don't want to lose your crib to the mortgage company. Hit the like button if you don't want to lose your car to the finance company. Hit the like button if you don't want your insurance to lapse. Those are the things that should motivate you to get your behind up every single day and get to work. Hey, man, Mark, we just lost this contract. Get up and find a new one. Hey, Mark, man, this OTR, man, I'm not making no money. Get up, go talk to T-Force and transition to curbside final mile. Get up, go talk to R&L carriers and transition to curbside final mile. Figure it out. Ain't nobody gonna be sympathy. Stop paying people to pacify you and lullaby you and rock you to sleep and take your money and treat you like a goofball.
Goofy as hell. You tweaking.
You tweaking. You tweaking. Ain't nobody. Are you out there grinding? I feel you. I feel you. In my business, did I ever get close to running out of cash? No. There was a time where we lost a big contract. And that contract was a big part of my my gross. But I was able to snag another contract. That's when I went to cross docking. And then I started cross docking, and then I didn't have to send my trucks to logistics companies anymore. The freight got middle mile to me, and we delivered all the freight to the consumer. So I was able to save a lot of money. Now, I can tell you this, when I started cross docking, it's a little bit different than running, final mile. Final mile, they pay you every week or they pay you every 2 weeks. When I started cross docking, they don't pay you until they get paid. they hold you at a higher regard because they feel like, yo, you got a warehouse, you got all this shit. You can wait a little bit longer than an independent contractor can. You have an infrastructure, you got an office, you got a warehouse, you got forklift, you got a lot going on. So it's some money somewhere. So you got to wait to when we get paid. So there would be times when we would do a lot of deliveries a week. Robin here, he'll tell you, we was doing Wayfair, US Mattress, just Websterant, um, uh, different um, sports equipment companies. I can't think of the name of it, but we was delivering pool tables, Atomic pool tables. That was the brand. We was delivering recumbent bikes. When you become a cross dock, you're just getting everything. So we're delivering restaurant coolers, just furniture, just everything would come through my massage chairs, TVs, everything. Shout out to Tony Munch for subscribing. Just a little bit of everything. And, you know, we would do the deliveries and we would also do the reverse logistics. So I'm running 2, 3, 4 trucks, whatever, doing that a day. That's a lot of deliveries. So if we do 100 and some deliveries and reverse logistics is if somebody buys something online, we deliver it. Let's say the return policy, they got 30 days or 50 days or 60 days, whatever it is, the return policy. If they decide, they don't want it, they call the company creates a bill, the nonstop sends it to me, and then now we got to go pick that item up, bring it back to my warehouse, and then from there, we would either have to destroy it or prepare it to get middle mile back to the company. Wayfair was good for that. We have to send a lot of stuff back to Wayfair. About 50% of the stuff we delivered for Wayfair, people returned it. So with that company, I didn't get paid for the work that I was doing right away. Why I was able to float cross-docking is because moving. Make so much money with moving was able to cover the cross-docking money. It would be weeks where we would do 150 orders, and then the following week we would get a settlement of $700 because that $700 is probably a payout for deliveries we did 4-5 months ago. Once I stopped that account, when I stopped doing that account, I stopped that account in March of what I forget what year that was, March. They owed me so much money because you get a settlement every week. I stopped that account in March. They owe me so much money. I got a settlement every single week from March all the way until the end of October of that year. So beginning of March, I think March 2nd or March 3rd or whatever. So let's say all of March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So for 8 months, every single week, we got a settlement. Some settlements were 4,000, some were 5, some were 6, some were 3,000, some were 1,100, some were 1,500, some were 4,200. They varied because as the retailers was rolling that money into them, paying them for those services, because they had to be on a net 90, then we got paid. So if they got paid, like say on a net 90, we got paid on a net 120. Because when they got paid on that net 90, it's got to go 30 days for processing to pay the contractor. So another 30 days. So a lot of that stuff was like 120, 180 days out. Now, if I didn't have the moving company to float that cross-docking, then in that situation, I would have ran out of money. But I had the moving company, so I didn't. There was many weeks where those settlements just didn't cover the amount of payroll that account had accrued within that pay period. You know what I'm saying? If I got a truck that's running just doing recovery, picking stuff up, 10 to 15 stops, and then I got another truck that's doing deliveries, 10 to 15 stops, and that's every single day for that particular contract. And then a lot of that stuff was in the way northwest suburbs. It wasn't in the city. I didn't have the city route for that. a company bigger than mine called Veterans Distribution. They got a 1,000,000 square foot warehouse. They had Home Depot and all the same accounts that I had, but they had them for the city. They sent me to the burbs. So my trucks was going out 50 miles sometimes, 60 miles, 50 miles out just to get from my warehouse to Crystal Lake, Mount Prospect, Gurnee, Zion. These suburbs are 50, 60 miles away just to get out there to start a route. So now the truck is servicing all those suburbs way up there. Now they might do another 30 miles while they up there, and then they got to drive another 60, 70 miles back to the yard. It would take them about an hour, hour and 30, hour and 45 minutes just to get to the route. So not only as the money, the payroll being accrued for the amount of stops that's been doing during that pay period, the operation cost of running that particular contract, I'm burning a lot of money in fuel. So, my payroll, that account some weeks would cost me $3,000, $4,000 to run. But I'm doing the accounting to know when we get paid per stop. I made $6,000 that week or $5,000, but I probably wouldn't see that $5,000 for 4 months. So yes, that time I would have ran out of money, but the moving company floated it, so I did. So that's a little sauce for anybody that's interested in getting the cross docking. You're not gonna get paid every week. You're not gonna get paid bi-weekly. You're gonna get paid when they get paid. So if you get a warehouse, you look too different. You looked at different. So Mark, the curbside back breaking work. No. I mean, it depends on what you consider back breaking. Some of those pallets may be heavy. The pallet jack is holding most of the weight, but you got to start the pallet jack. You got to stop the pallet jack. You got to get the momentum and get it rolling, pulling in and stuff. You may do a curbside delivery where you got to go up a steep driveway. So you may be pulling a pallet of I don't know, let's say a pallet of floor tile. A pallet may weigh 500 or 600 pounds. You got some pallets that weigh 1,000 pounds. So let's say you're pulling that pallet jack up a steep incline driveway, then that may be deemed as back-breaking work to some, but to some, let's say that do final mile big and bulky delivery, that's just a piece of cake. Or to someone who does household goods moving, you mean to tell me I gotta do 15 stops and the worst that could happen is I could have to pull a pallet jack up a driveway? Whoop-de-doo. It's better than lifting a piano up a flight of stairs or down a flight of stairs, or a sub-zero refrigerator, or moving a whole 4-bedroom house for 14, 15 hours, where you're constantly going in, lifting, taking it to the truck, setting it down, going back in, lifting, bringing it to the truck. That repetitive process. Okay, once I pull this pallet up this steep driveway and drop it, that's it. I'm done. All right, I can thug this out, because the next job may not be no hard. The next job may just probably be at the curb. So I don't deem it as back-breaking work because I know what back-breaking work is. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's a piece of cake. So, but to another individual who's never done some of these other labor-intensive jobs, it may be tedious. It all depends on the individual. But if I were to look at it from the grand scheme of things, let's say not being knowledgeable on all aspects that I am, I would still think it wouldn't be back-breaking work. Some pallets are going to be heavier than others. Some settings when you arrive are going to be more challenging than others. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, in comparison to big and bulky or household goods moving, no, it's a piece of cake. Curbside work will have you in the hospital. That's back-breaking work. I disagree, but to each his own. If that's back-breaking work to you, then I don't know. Maybe you should go. I don't know. I don't know. Check it out. If curbside delivery, you using a pallet jack, putting the shit on your lift gate, and drop it at the curb, if that's backbreaking work to you, buddy, then this is probably not the channel for you. Because we talk about a lot more stuff that's a lot harder work than that. So to each his own, but this may not be the channel for you. I'm gonna totally disagree with you. The lift gate and the pallet jack doing all the work. So I don't know what's so damn backbreaking about it. You go to Amazon, you doing the same thing. You pumping your pallet jack up, you pulling stuff on and off the truck. I don't understand what's the difference. But 10-4. Good evening, Mark. Just want to say how much I appreciate the information you put out. I've been watching you for a while now. I purchased a box truck 6 months ago, cash, and we'll be starting middle mile soon, but we'll definitely link up a consultation with you soon. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Congratulations and good luck, man. Shout out to Bryson Strong for the super chat. How to get a load. Let me see. How to get a load with a new authority. You got to find what lane are you running, first of all? Let me ask you that. If you're running middle final mile, there's some companies there's a nice amount of companies that will onboard you with a new authority. If you're running middle mile, you need to I would say find a dispatcher that has experience in dealing with owner operators that have a new authority. So that you can kind of go around that learning curve and not waste a lot of time, trying to find companies. I know TQL is one that you can get with. A lot of people have a lot of bad stuff to say about TQL, but in my lane with Final Mile, TQL actually has a really good curbside Final Mile contract with HD Supply. So on the middle mile side, I hear a lot of complaining, but on the final mile side, people that I know are running that can't stop praising it. $750 a day guarantee. And I got a guy who does it $750 a day guarantee. Say he's done with this route in 6 to 8 hours. Local, 15 stops. So do the math. 750 times 5. It's a 5-day a week contract. So, but yeah, that's the sauce for how to get work with a new authority. What do you think about delivering a box truck full of furniture, including building, trash removal, with 10 to 17 stops daily for a flat rate? Could there be the same or more money with less workload? What do I think about delivering a box truck full of furniture, including? All right, so now since you said a full of furniture, including trash, if this furniture is household good furniture that's coming out of somebody's place, that's going into somebody's place, you don't want to mix trash and household goods furniture in the same truck. If you're going to do junk removal or trash removal, my advice would be to source a whole different truck just for that. You don't want to mix trash with that. And I can tell you some stories why. I'll give you one thing. Once you start moving trash, shout out to Kenneth for the super chat. Appreciate that. Once you start moving trash and doing clean outs in your box truck, you're susceptible to infestation. And some of this infestation you may not see when you're moving that truck. And now you're moving trash, and then the next day you're moving somebody's stuff. You just don't want to do that. You want to source a different vehicle for that. If you do come across an account or an opportunity where you're moving trash, you might want to rent a truck. U-Haul has trucks that have the aluminum flooring, and they're easier to clean. You could just spray them out, put some ammonia and some bleach in there, and kind of do a good job. But if you have a truck that has like a wooden floor, it's different. I wouldn't suggest it. Aspen, what's the deal? What's the deal? Thank you for checking in. You said you moving a 4-story right now? You on a 4-story move right now in Houston? That's what I'm moving from now. I'm moving now 4-story condo in Houston. Okay. Box truck Chuck, what up, what up, what up? Everybody saying curbside sweet, man. So I don't know what Buddy talking about. Buddy ass tweaking, man. Buddy, we gotta give you the tweaking button. Wait, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. You
You
tweaking though.
tweaking.
You tweaking.
You tweaking.
Welcome to the channel though, but you tweaking straight up and down. Sorry, you know. Hey, this is listen. My audience is a tough audience, man. Can't come in here with that. They call you soft in the chat, man. You can't come over. They call you cake and soft and all that. Hey, man, the killers is on this side, bro. We ain't got, it's other box truck channels. They got like an older crowd. Some got more of a softer crowd. The real ninjas is over here, though. The killers is over here. So you can't come in here saying stuff is back-breaking work, because this is where the killers is at. This is where the money is at, and this is where the killers is at. So welcome to the channel, but you tweaking, bro.
You tweaking.
This might not be the channel for you. It is what it is. Buddy ass tweaking. Shout out to Bryson Strong for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. You got a video about cross-docking, startup costs, what equipment you need. So I did a live stream about cross-docking. It was during the holiday, so maybe in November. I think it was in November of last year. I did a live stream. I showed my warehouse. I didn't walk through the warehouse. I actually got a video walking through the warehouse. I'm not there anymore. I moved out. It's vacant now. A church bought the place. But I did go back and visit a lot of the stuff that I left behind is still there. I showed pictures, but I did do a live stream of talking about cross-docking, the cost that's associated with it. Yeah, so you have to go back to about November. It was October or November when I did that live stream. A lot of people didn't watch that live stream because they weren't interested. That's for someone who has really deep pockets, and yeah, you gotta have really deep pockets because you gotta build out a rack system. You gotta have a forklift, pallets. You gotta bump your insurance up because at any given time you can have 6 to 7 figures worth of merchandise in your warehouse. Your camera system got to be up to par. It's just a lot of costs associated with it. Refueling the forklift, propane. It's just a lot of cost. A lot more materials because now you're doing delivery, but then you're also going to be doing reverse logistics. So now you got to prep the stuff that you picked up to get middle mile back to the manufacturer. So, you got to have space for a bunch of pallets. You're going to use a lot of shrink wrap, a lot of cardboard. So you're going to have to save a lot of cardboard. You're going to have to source spaces for that. But yeah, I did a live stream about it in November. So you should be able to just type in cross dock in my catalog for live streams and it should pop up. Interstate say he was a journeyman roofer for 20 years. Curbside is nothing. Axel say he was a gigolo for 15 years. That was back-breaking work. Hey, Mark, I bought a 22-foot box truck. Is there any company that will accept me whenever I get started? Yeah. Select Express will accept you. Capstone will accept you. T-Force will accept you. They're not going to accept you for 26-foot box truck work, but 22-footer, you can sneak some 16-foot box truck work in there. T-Force may let you slide with that. I I did a coaching session with a gentleman earlier today in Virginia who's running T-Force, and they're so in disarray. Let me not say that because I know they watch the channel. They're having a hard time sourcing talent. Let me say in that market, and then in another market nearby that they're paying him an influx of money to service that Home Depot curbside contract in another market. So they're covering him the lodging. They're paying him for lodging for his driver, obviously the fuel cost, toll cost, and then he's getting a premium pay per stop because he's going outside of his home market to service another market, another T-Force location in another market that needs more contractors. So money is out there, guys. The money is out there. So in a situation like that where they're short, they may just be willing to take what they can get. And I know that for sure with T-Force because I remember when I first got with T-Force, I was running 26 footers and 16 footers. I started there with one 26 footer. And then once I saw that it was only heavy on Saturday and Sunday, I just started sending a 16 footer during the week. I wasn't finna keep sending a 26 footer and and absorbing all the cost that's associated with a 26 footer for one stop or two stops, even though I had a guarantee and I was coming out like a fat rat. If I could save more money, I did. So, man, 1, 2 stops, man, this shit can fit in a 16 footer. I'm not finna run a 26 footer. And they never said nothing. They didn't never said nothing. So I think in some situations you can get away with it. T-Force is kind of lenient when they're in when desperate times call for desperate measures. So I would still go apply and see what can happen. I would go talk with the operations supervisor in your local market and see. Removing the trash from the delivered goods. All right, so if you're removing trash, um, if you're asking me what do you need to do with the trash? Oh, let me go back and read your first one. A box truck full of furniture, including stops daily for a flat rate. All right, so you want to do the delivery 10 to 17 stops with trash removal for a flat rate? Could there be same or more money with less workload? What's the flat rate they're offering you? If you give me what's the flat rate they offer you? Shout out to Asthma Rolling. Appreciate that super chat. Asthma Rolling, you an MGM too. So shout out to all the MGMs. Shout out to everybody that super chat. I appreciate y'all support. I really do. That since we talking about self-motivation, that what when y'all tell me that y'all making money or like, man, I've given you advice or watching my channel, you've kind of steered you in the right direction. When y'all show me that y'all appreciate me coming on, that is what encourages me and motivates me to do more content. So that self-motivation, things like that is what, motivates me. I want to continue to help people, but when y'all let me know that y'all rocking with me, I really appreciate that. So, and I got stuff that I'm working on too. Like matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the news. I'm gonna drop it tonight. I was gonna hold off on it, but I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it. Let me know what that rate is. So shout out to Asthma Rolling for that super chat. Appreciate you. I ain't been on Sunday in a while. I'm starting to see a lot of people who I don't see on Thursdays, man. I might have to start coming back on Sundays, man. I might have to start coming back on Sunday. I said, let me touch my Sunday crowd, man. See if they miss me. What's the rate on that? What's the rate on that? Shout out to Bryson Strong for the super. Hey, Bryson, man, you going crazy tonight, man. Appreciate you though. Appreciate you. So unboxing and building the furniture and taking the trash with you. What's the rate? What's the rate? What's the rate? What's the rate? I need to know the rate to be able to tell you if it's good or not. What's the rate? What's the final amount rate they offering you? But I can tell you this. if you're running final mile, you're doing white glove, then that's what white glove. That's the scope of white glove. Uh, room of choice, setup with trash removal. So depending on how many stops, what account it is, you know my standard. You shouldn't do anything for less than $750. All right, depending on market. If you're in a really, really slow market, then you may have to come down a little bit. But if you're in a big market, then 750 should be your bare minimum. Especially if you're doing trash removal. And the reason why is because now you gotta legally dispose of that trash. You can't fly dump it. All right. That's just not the ethical thing to do. So you're gonna have to legally dispose of it some way. Even if you bring all that trash back to your place, you should be there should be a cost associated with it. You have to include that in your bid. You know what I'm saying? Um, I've always had dumpsters. Rob told you in his story how he was fly dumping trash in an abandoned building. His wife was like, "Well, what does Mark do?" Mark has dumpsters. I've always paid for dumpsters. All right, and at the volume that I was running, I had to do 2 pickups a week. So I have a 10-yarder for recycle because it's cheaper than another 4-yarder for trash. Um, you're gonna have to find somewhere to dump that stuff, so you're gonna have to include that in your cost. So you need to let me know what the rate is. Uh, who was I talking to? Let me get back. Where's another question? I got that one. Oh, he talking about debris removal, right? All right. Removing the trash, being delivered good, right? So yeah, you're gonna have to. I wouldn't do it for less than $750 to $1,000 for that many stops. Um, Mark, how you been? I wanted to ask what other companies that provide insurance to new OTR drivers. Shout out to Ken the Prophet for the super chat. Appreciate it. Damn, what did I leave off? Natasha, you've been a subscriber for a minute. I see you in the chats. You need to get a broker. Get a broker. Let the broker shop for you. The broker is going to put together a package, a proposal, and they're going to present you with a bunch of carriers, and they're going to give you the best options. So my advice to you, I want to ask what other companies that provide insurance to new OTR drivers. I would get a broker. Let the broker knows all the insurance companies. He knows how to cancel out. He knows you're a new owner operator, so he's going to look for companies that deal with new owner operators. All right, so find a broker. There's plenty of companies. Grange is one, obviously Progressive, Mercury. There's a bunch of companies. Byberg, but let the broker shop that for you. Let him shop that for you. My worry is the rough start, the first 90 days. That's why you come watch the content. That's why you're in the live stream right now. You soaking up a lot of information, so you can kind of deter around a lot of that learning curve, because learning curve costs you. It costs you financially. So that's why you're learning. You're here. You watch the videos. That's why I put the videos out to help you go around that learning curve. So when you're venturing into anything new, it's going to be nerve-wracking, right? But I'm not the one to motivate you. It's just like I said earlier. You're coming into business. You're an entrepreneur. All right, you gotta stick your chest out, keep your chin up, and get out there and do it. Don't make stupid decisions. Make wise decisions. Think things through. On days when you don't feel like it, and days when you just feeling down and you feel discouraged, get your ass up and get to it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Discipline. Get to it. The more you're out there, the more you watch the content, the more you come in these lives and ask questions, the more you're out on the road figuring things out, you're gonna get around it, man. I wouldn't worry about the first 90 days, man. Don't even let that bother you. 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 You don't work, you don't eat. You laugh every time I hit the tweaking button. Pit P, long time. I ain't seen you in a minute. Can you run last mile and moving company with the same DOT number? From my understanding, you have different insurance for each lane. Right. So not home goods. Household goods moving is different. Your insurance is gonna be different. It's a different lane. Me personally, different. Two different companies. Moving company is a different company. Trucking company, different company. You want to separate the two. Household goods moving, there's a lot more liability at stake. That's why the insurance is higher. Your DOT is going to be checked off as household goods moving. So yeah, you want to separate the two. You don't want to intertwine those two, even though it's logistics and it has similarities to it. It's different. There's a lot more liability on the moving side than on the uh, final mile side, and the big reason behind that is you're responsible for people's personal items, and it's a regulated industry. It's regulated by the federal government, right? Uh, the Movers and Warehousemen Association of America, right? And then in most states, it's regulated on a state level as well. You have a lot of road moving companies that move people out, load the truck, and then once the truck is loaded, they lean on them for more money. They already agreed on a certain amount, a certain hourly, or let's say a certain flat rate. And then once they load the truck up, look, you know what? This job, it was 75 feet. The truck, we couldn't get the truck close. It was 75 feet from the door. So the truck weighs more than what we thought it would be. You must have pulled some more stuff out from somewhere. We gotta charge you an extra $1,500. We gotta charge you an extra $2,000. And if you don't oblige to that ransom, they're gonna drive off with your stuff. They're gonna put your stuff in storage. They're gonna charge you for that. It's called holding the customer's items hostage. All right. So this is why it's heavily regulated. You're dealing with a consumer's personal property. It's different from when you're dealing with a person and they bought something new and you damaged that. They're just going to refuse it, send it back. The logistics company is going to charge you for it, and that's it, because you got someone holding your money. With this, you're going into people's homes, you're dealing with their personal stuff, so it's held different. You can ride off with their stuff, you can damage their stuff and not pay them. There's a lot of different scenarios. You can steal. It's a lot of different scenarios. You're dealing directly with that consumer, so insurance is a lot higher. So I would separate the two for that reason, and many other reasons that I can go into right now. But you should separate them. I need that cross docking rundown. My next move is a warehouse. When you ready, I would go watch that cross docking live I did last year. I'm not going to touch on cross docking anymore because I think that's just something that a lot of people are interested in because of the exorbitant cost that's associated with getting it up started. So anybody that wants to do that, the best thing would be to reach out to me for a private uh, talk, and then I can walk you through everything, the cost that associated with it, what you're going to need to open a cross dock as far as the equipment you're going to need, the rack system, forklift, everything that's associated with cross docking, um, the whole setup. Uh, so yeah, whenever you're ready, just let me know. But go peep that live I did last year. That should be able to answer a lot of your questions because I really went in depth. If curbside it's tough, this ain't your lane. That's what I told him. the Jersey market for final mile is the best. I know you said 650 a day is cheap, but you got to remember the Midwest pays better from the East Coast. The most is 700 daily in New Jersey. Man, that's tough in New Jersey because that's right next to New York. The cost of living, I know Jersey ain't as expensive as New York, but I guess so, man. But y'all right next to New York, and I know it's expensive to live in New York. So, but if you making it with 650, you know what I'm saying, then God bless you, man. God bless you. I got 5 trucks and 2 do local middle mile and 3 do final mile with Lowe's, Macy's. Who you doing Lowe's with? UST? Who you doing Lowe's with? Penske gonna be way cheaper than Ryder. Way cheaper. It's gonna be like the comparison is not even close. At least in my market. I know some people who rented with, during the height of the pandemic, Ryder was the most expensive. Ryder was taking people. That's why their name is Ryder, because they take people on a ride, and they was taking people on a hell of a ride during the pandemic. When I was, talking to people when I first came on YouTube, and I would talk to people, the people who would be paying the most weekly rate all were renting from Ryder. I had a lady that was paying $2,500 a week for a 26-foot box truck rental Ryder. Another guy $2,000 a week. Ryder was the most expensive. So I would go with Penske. Penske. Shout out to all the super chats. Shout out to all the MGM members. Shout out to everybody with the super chat. All things white glove, find my contract, offer OTR routes, been booming. Oh, you say my white glove, find my contract. And see, and this is what I've been saying. I know I talked about it last year, and everybody was so hell bent on Amazon last year and middle mile. But this just goes to show you that me being persistent and steady driving it home to a lot of people, even when other content creators were making fun of me, talking about nobody want to carry all that big stuff, man, Amazon relay and this, that, and the third. It's funny now how everybody has transitioned or transitioning over. That spot market is tough. It's a very advanced lane, and we're in a time period where a lot of people have entered with, high costs and the rates are low. And I've been telling people about this curbside. I've been telling people about big and bulky. And it took people a while, but now people are coming over and people are doing great. I haven't gotten one complaint. Because you got options. You could do big and bulky if you got some killers on your squad. And if you ain't got no killers, you got somebody that's a little passive, but he is a killer, but he ain't a killer. And you could do curbside final mile. You got 2 options. You can either drop it at the curb or you can go in the crib. One pays more. One, there's more liability on one. But in some cases, some of these final mile big and bulky accounts are paying similar to what some of the curbside final mile accounts are paying. I got people who are making over $1,000 a day doing curbside final mile delivery. I got people that are doing big and bulky that's not making 1,000. I got people that are doing curbside that's making less than 1,000. I got curbside big and bulky that's making more than 1,000. The point that I'm trying to make is that work is consistent, and you have an option. You got an option. It's less taxing on the brain. You don't have to worry about finding a load, talking to a dispatcher. Shout out to Kirk, you know what I'm saying? Piecing together partials and all that stuff. But that's not gonna be for everybody. Not everybody is gonna be that advanced. That's an advanced lane. Some people just need it easier where the work is predetermined for them. They know that their truck is gonna have somewhere between 10 to 25 stops a day, depending on your market, what account you're running. They don't know what's going to be on those 10 to 25 stops, but they know when they get to that facility, that dock is going to be 10 to 25 stops. You might have some floor tile on the pallet, a refrigerator on the pallet, a sofa on the pallet, some cinder blocks on the pallet, a pallet of copy paper, a pallet of iPads. One of my subscribers sent me a pallet. He had a couple pallets of iPads. And it wasn't coming from Apple. it was a company that had ordered the iPads. I think it's one of those companies that they get funded, so they ordered the iPads, because when you order something from Apple, it comes in a brown. Obviously it's in a box, but they disguise it by putting it in a brown box, just a plain brown box. So this company, I think they ordered some stuff and then they donate it to like nonprofits or something, and so they had removed the brown packaging, so it was exposed. You just seen the iPad boxes, pallet of iPads, and think he took it from one of those non-for-profits and delivered it to a school or something. So you don't know what you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? But you got an option. You could do curbside, you could do big and bulky, whatever floats your boat. So it's booming. Shout out to Most. Most in the building. Most is probably one of the first probably 25 people who ever subscribed to my channel. So shout out to you, Most. One of the first probably 25 that subscribed. And the reason I remember, because he was one of the first people to ever leave a comment when I first started making content. Like, I remember little things like that. And that's a good character trait of a good business person. Knowing people's names, remembering people's names, looking people in the eye. Things like that. You know, I remember the first people who commented. Because when I first started, I didn't know if people were going to like the channel. I didn't know if people were going to watch or none of that. So when I seen someone comment, and then not only did he comment, he kept commenting. He would watch my videos. So I appreciate you. I remember. I said next time I see him, I gotta remind myself to let him know that, you know, I appreciate you, and you still hanging in there 15 months later. So I appreciate you, Most. If I can survive the first day, I should be good. I'm just wondering if it's as much of a struggle as everyone say. What lane are you doing? What lane are you doing? Shout out, appreciate the super chat too. If you're doing the middle mile, it can be a little tricky. It's an advanced lane. If you're doing the middle mile, I would tap in with Kirk, who I do the Wiseman podcast on Monday nights. He can kind of direct you and point you in the right direction on piecing together partials. So the middle mile can be a little bit tricky depending on, you know, where you're located and things of that nature, how long you plan on staying out, and then, you know, the current whatever your cost is, in comparison to what the current spot market rates are. If you have a high cost, the rates to a lot of people are low right now. So I would tap in with Kurt if you're running middle mile. If you're running final mile, you're in the right place. It's not a struggle. There's opportunity here. The only reason, if you got in the final mile, that you would be struggling is if you're not doing the work. You're not doing the work, or if you're like the guy who was up there earlier saying it's back-breaking work, then nah, it is going to be a struggle for you. If big and bulky is too much for you, then curbside final mile is the way you want to go. You know, as long as you get up, you get to the warehouse, you get your route, you deliver it, you're efficient, it's a piece of cake. Piece of cake. Box truck Chuck, what up, what up, what up? Mark been the GOAT, definitely got me started on final mile. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody for tuning in tonight. Keep it a band. Your info really put me on go. Nothing but respect. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you for tuning in. You be here every Monday night, man. I know who be here and I know who don't. So shout out to you, Admiral. Appreciate that super chat. T-Force offered me $2 a package for 70 packages a day, 6 days a week. I'm a truck driver, so I can't afford to put someone in my Sprinter van because I pay $200 a day for my driver, so I declined them. Yeah, so $200 a day. I mean, $2 a piece. And Andre McKinney, if I'm not mistaken, you in Chicago, right? You in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. And that's another thing. I try to remember everybody and where they from too. If you're here, let me see something. first thing I want to know is who you talk to up there. Is it Marie Rose? I think for your cargo van, you're gonna have to figure out he's gonna have to do, because you're paying a premium. If you're paying 200 for a cargo van, that's a premium. So first of all, I hope whoever your driver is appreciates the fact that you're paying them $200 for a cargo van for 70 pieces, because 70 pieces ain't shit. 70 pieces ain't shit. All right. I think you need to run that account for T-Force, and then in the evening, you're gonna have to run an evening account or a late afternoon account as well. You're gonna have to double up to make it worth your while to cover the cost of your worker. There's a bunch of different options you have. You could sign up for GoShare, man. You could sign up for Curie. There's a few options you can have that he can pull routes in the evening, because you can get a route with Curie. Like Curie always has something coming from what's the paint place? Sherwin-Williams. They always got some paint stuff that needs to get picked up. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the contractors that are building, like in Lincoln Park, downtown, you see all the cranes up. If you head north, it's cranes everywhere. Downtown, those guys, they always just order stuff from Home Depot, from Lowe's, I should say, because Curie is running Lowe's, Sherwin-Williams, and they'll just order it on Curie and just have it delivered to them. Like, I know people here in this market that are doing well with just delivering paint from Sherwin-Williams. So I wouldn't get discouraged and necessarily just throw away that opportunity with T-Force. You just have to add something to it. You just have to add something to it. So hopefully that advice, kind of points you in the right direction. I think $2 a piece is good. You just need to add something to that. I am done with Sunday. I ain't been on a Sunday in two and a half months. I just felt like talking tonight. I had this idea this morning, and I was gonna wait till Thursday, but I'm like, man, I ain't doing nothing. I can hop on here tonight, talk shit for a minute. It ain't nothing. It ain't like I'm gonna do it every Sunday. I ain't gonna do it every Sunday, but it's good to tap in with my Sunday folks who don't get a chance to catch me throughout the week on Monday and Thursday nights. Tap in, let y'all know I ain't forgot. And I see the love here. Sunday was always my big night anyway. Sunday was always my big night. But yeah, I just wanted to tap in with everybody tonight. Would you suggest going to T-Force Doc or calling the 1-800? Man, I want to hit it on you, but I haven't seen you in here in a minute, Tank's Garage. Like I always say, you got to go to T-Force. They're very unresponsive. You got to go to T-Force. Me personally, you can call the number while you driving the T-Force. You can call them on your way driving there. Straight up and down. You got to go there, man. They just don't answer the phone. They're not responsive. If you go to their website, I showed it the other night. They haven't even updated their website as far as their job listing on their own website in 2 years. You can apply with Indeed, but they're unresponsive on that. Everyone that I tell to go there in person has seen results. Everyone that keeps hitting me up saying, man, T-Force ain't got back to me. I called them. I did the Indeed. They ain't got back. Go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. And everybody that goes there is running. T-Force and RL carriers are probably, in the last 30 days, are my biggest success stories as far as me coaching people in the direction of to getting the money. T-Force and RL carriers. And everybody that I coach and I tell go there. And even when you go there and you apply in person, you may have to go back. I think Interstate Screw, no, not Interstate Screw. Somebody else was in my chat Thursday, Do Good, and just signed his contract with T-Force. And we was congratulating him. But Interstate Screw been with him for 30 days. It took, I think he said 2 months. I think he went back and forth maybe 4 or 5 times, but it took like 2 months. I think he said 2 months or 4 weeks, 2 months, something like that. I think he said 2 months. Interstate Screw, if you still in here, how long did it take for you to go get that call back? It took 2 months, and that was from him going up there, kicking the door down. Every time he would come in my live and say, "Man, here," I said, "Go back, go back. You got to go there." For whatever reason, they're just not responsive. Them RL carriers, they make it so hard for you. They don't even have nowhere on their website for you to sign up. They make it so hard for you. I've had multiple people said that they've called and they said they don't run box trucks. They don't run owner operator box trucks, independent contractor box trucks. I had a guy in my DM the other day said, "Man, Mark, you said R&L carriers, but I just got off the phone. They said they don't do independent." I said that's a lie. But a few people have told me that R&L carriers will send you off. But I got people that are in this chat right now that recently have signed up and onboarded and are running for R&L carriers. So I don't know why these companies don't answer the phone. I don't know why they don't respond to their own Indeed postings. I don't know why they don't respond to their own website. I don't know why when you call R&L carrier, they tell you they don't want box trucks when they do. You know what I'm saying? But and my bad, R&L Interstate Screw just signed up with R&L carriers, not T-Force. My bad. Shout out to Zupchuck. What up? $675 a day. They cover the tolls, but I have to pay the helper, and that costs $150 a day plus diesel. You own your truck or you rent the truck or what? What's your cost? Your total cost with your worker? I think $675 is tough. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what market you're in. That sound like that contract. That sound like AIT Worldwide. Is that Select Express? Let me know. $675, $150 to your helper. You got garbage plus your other variable costs. If that's Select Express, man, you just gonna have to deal with that because they ain't gonna budge. You're gonna have to find a cheap way to dispose of that styrofoam and cardboard. You're gonna have to recycle that. The cheapest way for you to do it is to recycle it. If you have, so like in big cities, you'll have like a city dump where if you live in the city, they'll have like a place usually at the city dump where people that live in that city can bring like their bulky garbage and use those dumpsters. You can just pull your car up and just throw that shit away. That would be my advice to you to get rid of that trash. Most cities, big cities have it. You just go to the city dump. So wherever garbage pickup is, where they take it, the city dump, you just take your garbage there and they'll take it. They'll have dumpsters for the public to use. Now, if you're in a small market and that market doesn't have its own city refuge, and they pay a private owned company to pick up garbage, you see it a lot in suburbs and stuff, then you're gonna have to probably take it to the dump. And depending on the dumps in your area is going to determine what the cost is. I know the cheapest dump here is $75 a ton, and I've been to dumps here when I was in the junk removal business for a short period of time. I went to like Republic Services; they charged me $135 a ton. But you're dropping cardboard, so you ain't gonna be nowhere near a ton. It's gonna be light. So I would ask them. I would go in and talk to the dump place and say, "Hey, I'm an independent contractor. I do home delivery. I got a lot of recyclable cardboard." I would separate the styrofoam from the cardboard, and I would ask if you could give them the cardboard because they're gonna recycle it and sell it anyway. I think that's what they do with the cardboard, anything that's recyclable. So I would go in there and try to build a relationship with them like that. But if you live in a big city and you can just dump it at the city dump, I would do that. Do T-Force have curbside Home Depot contract in New Jersey or another 3PL? I think they do. I believe they do. Is there a certain time of year to get a truck? You can get a truck now. You can get a truck now. I mean, we looked at Penske. We looked at Penske the other day. We looked at Penske the other day, and trucks are pretty cheap now. Pretty cheap. Let's pull it up real quick. Let me pull up 250 search. Let me share my screen real quick. Share screen. Let's go here. We want to go to search inventory, and we want to take me out the picture, and we want to blow it up. All right, so let's price lowest to highest. So this is what trucks are looking at now, and granted, these trucks are probably these first few trucks are probably CDL trucks. Yep, CDL required. Let's see. CDL required. Let's see what the cheapest non-CDL truck is going for. I know that's a CDL. I don't even have to look. You don't want that. Don't really want to mess with international, but I think this is a CDL too. I could tell. Oh nope, not. So here's a international. Got a Cummins engine. It's a non-CDL, and this one is 33,000. Now this one doesn't have a lift gate; it has a ramp. So, let's find one with a lift gate. Let's find one. So CDL required. No CDL. I'm sorry. No CDL. This one got a ramp too. 35 international. No CDL. This one got a gate. All right, so 35,000 got 413,000 miles. This is about the cheapest you're gonna get, which is good because about a year and a half ago, they would have wanted 50, 60,000 for this truck. With that many miles on it, they would have wanted about 50 grand. Here go a Freightliner, 38,000. That's a CDL. Here go a 2015 Freightliner. I think this is non-CDL. I think this is non-CDL. Yeah, so that's non-CDL. You got 293,000 miles on it, which is good. It's a level 1, right? So level 1 vehicle exceeds DOT standards and have passed our pre-sale inspection. So it's a level 1. It's rated the highest that they offer. But here's the thing, it doesn't have a lift gate. It does not have a lift gate. So that was 37. This is 38. Let me see if this got a lift gate first before I even look to see if it's non-CDL. They didn't even take a picture to see if this one had a gate. No, it got a gate. I see it. All right, so that one got a gate. And CDL required. International. 40,000. We looked at some trucks last week, and there was trucks with lift gates for 30,000, but it looks like they done scooped them up. People buying trucks. So the rates have gone down. All right, so here's a non-CDL with a lift gate, 2018 International, 40,000. Got 300,000 miles on it. So you're looking somewhere, if you go in the Penske route, somewhere on the low, looking somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000. There was some Hinos they had. That's what they had. They had some Hinos last week when I pulled this up when I was live in the 30 range, but they gone now. So this Hino right here is 42. Let's It's a level 1. This got the side door. So this side door, guys, is great for moving. Whenever you see a side door, this is great for moving. Especially if you got a double park, you got that side door, so they ain't gotta walk around to the back of the truck. It just makes it easier. So this would be a great moving truck. Obviously, you can still use it for final mile too. It would work good for final mile as well, but probably not so much so because the truck would be packed. Probably wouldn't be able to swing the door. Well, you'll be able to swing it, but you wouldn't be able to get to your first stops. So this is a non-CDL because it's a 268, 42,000. It's a level 1, and it got a gate. So that's what you're looking at. That's what you're looking at. So to answer your question, it's always a good time to get a truck. It just depends on what's out there. Depends on what's out there. Like I said, I pulled this up maybe a week and a half ago, and there was a bigger selection in the $30,000 range, and there was 2 Hinos in there, but they're gone now. So, you got to stay on top of it when you're looking for a truck. There's a lot of people that are looking to get into the space. There's a lot of people looking to work for themselves nowadays. So, and the trucks have come down significantly from where they were priced at last year. So, when you see something you like, if you're ready and you got the money ready, you got to make a move. Shout out to Pippi. Pippi, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to the moderator, Pippi. Hey, Mark, do you have any good shippers that will work with new authorities? You looking to do middle mile? If you're looking to do middle mile and you new, my advice for new, if you're looking, I would just find a dispatcher that has relationships with dealing with shippers, brokers that deal with new authority. That's what I would do if I wouldn't. Me personally, I know Kirk. He feels differently about brokers, and I feel the same way he does. If I'm advanced or if I'm intermediate, but if I'm coming into the space as a beginner, knowing that a lot of brokers don't deal with new authorities, I would have to source a dispatcher that has relationships that with brokers that do. TQL, I believe, still deals with new authority unless they've changed. Amazon dealt with new authority, but a few months ago they changed their policy, and you got to have 180 days. So finding someone a good dispatcher that has relationship with brokers that will give a new authority a chance, I think would be my advice. That would be my advice. Yeah, Mark, you should do more content on Sundays because I work during the week and can't join in on any of your lives. Yeah, I know my Sunday lives always had a lot of people. Like even tonight, I think it was 80, 90 people in here, 100 people, 70 people in here now. You know what I'm saying? So Sundays are already my big night, but Sundays I just want to do chilling. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing pop-up lives on Sundays whenever I have the time and don't have anything scheduled or planned. Sundays I like to go out to dinner, maybe touch a day party. It's the summertime. In the wintertime, I'll probably come back to Sunday nights. But like I said, when I stop the Sundays, I want to enjoy my summer. And Sundays is just, for my age range, Sunday is the day to step out. So obviously I didn't step out today to a day party or even to a night party because I'm here. But yeah, I'll do a few more pop-ups throughout the summer. And then when the wintertime comes back around, I'll probably go back to doing Sunday and Thursday again. So yeah, I can do that. That ain't no problem. Uh, uh, Appreciate the insight. All good. Shout out to Axel. Axel, let me tell you a story about Axel, y'all. So Friday night, I'm chilling. I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to go to bed. I get a text message from Axel. He sends me a picture. The text message was a picture, and the picture. Now, Kirk been to Chicago, so he knows where I live. He knows the area because I booked him in a hotel right by my crib. I stay downtown area. I'm not going to divulge where in the downtown area, but Kirk knows where I live. So anyway, Axel sends me a text message of a picture of a hotel that's right by my crib. So I'm looking at it like, damn, what he trying to send me a subliminal message that he know where I live at? But it just was coincidence. He was really just letting me know he was in Chicago, and it just so happened that the area of downtown that he was passing through was right by my crib. So I just responded. I took a picture from my balcony of the same picture he took just to let him know, like, boom, I live right there. You in my area. He was passing through. I thought that was kind of weird, but it was kind of cool because it was a coincidence, and he really didn't mean nothing by it. But Axel is the investigator, so I didn't know if that cat was out here investigating me and was trying to pull up on me and let me know he knew where I was at. But shout out to Axel. He said he was here. He dropped off here at Amtrak, and he was finna drive from here to Buffalo, New York. So shout out to Axel for sliding through the city. RXO. What was the question you had asked me earlier? Let me pull it up. I know I'm behind. I've been talking. I got 5 trucks and do 2 local middle mile and do 3 final mile with Lowe's. Okay, so you do that with RXO. Well, yeah, 650 good then. I mean, if you making it and you winning, then man, keep doing your thing. 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 Let me see where I leave off. Where I leave off. Where I leave off. Where I leave off. Where I leave off at. Where I leave off at. Ran my plate. Asked for license. Sorry to have bothered you and rolled off. Okay. Mark, what do you think about the flying car? Man, I saw that car, man. I think if we do get to that point in time, it's not going to be in my lifetime. It's not going to be in my lifetime. They're not, and from what I picked up on it is they're not really making it to fly from point A to point B. It's more like if you're stuck in traffic, the car will just levitate, turn sideways because obviously it's got to turn horizontal, I guess, to navigate for propeller reasons or whatever. And it's just gonna get you out of that traffic, and then once you get out of that traffic, you just drop the car down to the ground. I don't think we'll ever see flying cars in my lifetime. All right. And I got a lot more life to live. Um, I will hope I got another at least 50 years on Earth. You know what I'm saying? So um I don't think we'll see it in my lifetime. Not something that I'm would even want to try. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even use self-driving in vehicles that I have that have self-driving. I just don't do it. The Tesla, 15 grand, don't use it. You get self-driving, they charge 15 grand. I have it. Don't use it. Don't use it. I don't trust it. So to be in a vehicle um that flies in the air, not my shtick. I need to be on the ground. So but I definitely saw what you're talking about, Pippi. Also, with Mary carriers, there's a bad to get with the box truck. Definitely a bad to get with medical carriers, um, especially uh, for delivering the God damn it, supplies. Definitely for delivering the medical supplies, walkers, crutches, wheelchairs, canes, medical beds, all that stuff is a bag to get. Rider in Atlanta, 2,400 year to date. 2,400 year to date. So what are you paying? 2,400 year to date because we in July. So you said you only spent 2,400 with Rider all this year so far. Oh, it's 2,400 a week. Yeah, that's high. That's why I was telling him earlier, Penske, if you're looking to lease, I don't know your market, but check out Ideal Lease. Yeah, I heard Ideal Lease is good. We got that here. Sarah started Costco Cardinal, does $48 per $600 daily minimum sound low. I want to grow, but the pay is low to expand. Who onboarded you? Was it John? Um, $48. As you said, $48 a stop, $600 daily minimum. And my market is low. I don't know what market you're in. But 600 is low. How many stops? How many stops? Excuse me. Bro, your content is amazing. Thank you for your detailed info. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, and I'm doing my research and preparing for greatness. Man, just keep watching the content. I appreciate you for chiming in. Keep watching the content, man. Hopefully, you're learning something from the videos and from the live streams, and just take heed to the information. So when you do get your truck, you hit the ground running, man. Be self motivated, man. Don't turn to people, influencers, and content creators for motivation. Motivate yourself, because once you jump out the window and you go get that truck, especially if you're financing it, that insurance and all the other costs that are associated with running this business, those people are going to be at your door every month for that bread. So let that be the motivation to drive you to get up, to do what you got to do. Have that discipline, even those days when you don't want to get up. Have that discipline to get up. I hate going to the gym. I hate that shit with a passion. But every single day I take my ass to the gym. Why? Because I know I'm not getting any younger. I'm getting older. You know what I'm saying? So, I gotta stay in shape. I gotta stay in shape. So I have the discipline to go. I fast every single day. I eat once a day. So if I eat at 5 today, I won't eat till 5 tomorrow. Yesterday I didn't eat at all. Didn't eat at all. Didn't eat at all because by the time I finally got around to eating, it was 10, 11 o'clock at night. I was just running all day. So when my time came at 5, I was in the middle of something, and then by the time I was able to eat, it was too late because I don't want to eat that late and go to bed. So I didn't eat. I haven't eaten today. I haven't eaten any solid food today. I made a protein shake early and I did a full workout. So I haven't eaten in 2 days. I've consumed protein, right, with protein shake, but I haven't eaten. That's discipline. You know what I'm saying? Going to the gym, discipline. So same thing with your work, discipline. Getting up, just being repetitive, doing it every day. Even when you tired, it's gonna be days when you're tired, especially at the beginning. If you do curbside final mile, like you do big and bulky final mile, when you first get out there, you're gonna be using muscles that you probably don't use. Even if you go to the gym, there's gonna be little muscles that you're gonna tweak when you're twisting and turning with furniture. You know what I'm saying? That you necessarily don't hit when you go to the gym. And you're gonna feel sore and your body is gonna be aching that first week. But man, you gotta get up and do it. It's discipline, So just keep watching the content, man. Just stay self-driven, self-motivated, man. You're gonna be good. Shout out to Most. Appreciate you. I will continue to support your platform, channel, Mark. Appreciate you, Kevin. I'm all in on doing cargo vans. My credit is shit, but I'm rebuilding as we speak. Good. That's what I talked about the other day. That was one of my talking points the other day. Coming into the business, you're coming in with the right attitude and the right thought process. A lot of people come to me, Mark, I want to start a box truck business. I want to start a cargo van business, but my credit messed up and I ain't got no bread. What's the best way to go about it? A goddamn miracle. And I don't have one for you. And that's the answer. So if you want to come into this business, you got to have one or two things or both. You got to have some bread or you got to have some credit. You got to have one or the other, or you got to have both. If you don't have either one of them, ain't nothing I or nobody else can do for you. You got to get your credit together and you need to get your bread up, because whether you rent a truck or whether you buy a truck, it's going to cost you. Insurance is going to cost you. And if you got just enough money, it's not enough. I've had people who have had just enough money came into the space and, can't even get through the first week of operating expenses, whether it be fuel, paying their helper. So if you have just enough money to get in and get started, that's not enough. You need to have working capital. So you're on the right track. You got the right frame of mind. Get your credit up, right? Get your bread right. Make sure you have working capital, and then attack the business. Curry started ramping up in my area, been actually booking some work on it. That's what's up. Mostly construction equipment, and they have box truck lane. That's what's up. Here go Axel with the, hey, Curry is garbage and cheap as hell. Axel, Curry is not garbage. And in some markets, they're not cheap as hell. Actually, Curry, and the way and see, this is what I'm saying. So you don't listen to these content creators, because some of them don't know what the hell they talking about. Curry is a supplement. And I've always coached people on that. I've always said, look, if you're doing T-Force, if you're doing Waco in the morning, like the gentleman earlier said, they're offering him $2 a stop. 70 pieces, right? So let's say 140, let's say $150. Curry, GoShare, these types of things, these apps are something that you supplement. You can be in a market certain times of the year where you can run those apps consistently throughout the day and there'll be work there. But that's a supplement type thing. You run your dedicated lane in the morning, whether it's Staples or Office Depot, you finish with that 2:00, you still got plenty of day left. Then you go over to your Curry. Then you go over to your GoShare. Then you go over to these other apps, Roadie and all these other apps, and check that bag. I got some people that got their vans, and after they do their route, they turn on Amazon Flex. Those apps are used to supplement. Sometimes of the year you can run them, full time during the day. Shit just keeps coming. We got back to school coming up. You know what I'm saying? You got the holiday seasons coming up. And I know a lot of people are waiting on me to start talking about peak season. But that app is used to supplement your dedicated. You add that on top of whatever you're doing dedicated, whether it's home, Office Depot, or Staples. So no, Axel, no. Shout out to Orlando in the building. Gatekeeper management is crucial in this business. There's a lot of gatekeepers that don't even know they're gatekeepers. Others don't know anything. Yeah, a lot of people just don't know shit. But they talk a good game. They'll motivate the shit out of you and encourage the shit out of you. But like I say, man, if you're an entrepreneur, you shouldn't be going to other person for motivation, because now who your worker's going to go to? If you got to go to somebody to motivate and encourage you, how can you encourage and motivate somebody else? You can't. You can't. Me keeping a roof over my head is enough goddamn motivation and encouragement for me, because I don't want to be homeless. I do not want to be homeless, and the last thing I want to do is move back in with my OG, because I ain't gonna have nowhere to bring the chicks. I'm not gonna let the bank take my shit. That's all the motivation I need. So you if you want to be a business owner, an entrepreneur, you know what I'm saying, you got to motivate yourself. You got to be disciplined. You got to get up and go get it. Hey, Mark, do you know any shippers in Pittsburgh? No, I do not. Paid off truck, yes, AIT. I knew it. Garbage goes back to the warehouse. I appreciate your help. I'm just trying to scale up and get another truck. If you're running with AIT, I'm going to be honest with you, man. Scaling with Select is... for your second truck, you might want to go look at another company, bro. Go look at T-Force. Go look at UST. Go look at Capstone if they're in your market. Go look at Pilot. Go look at JB Hunt Final Mile. Go look at Ryder Final Mile, Werner Final Mile. Go look at NAL. NAL has IKEA. NAL, that IKEA account is probably, that to me, and I'm going to rank my top accounts. I know I don't rank the logistics company. I'm going to rank my top accounts. I'm going to do a video on top account. To me, IKEA is going to always be the best account when it comes to big and bulky Final Mile, because that's the easiest big and bulky stuff to deliver. Like, you got to be a retard to mess that account up. You got to be a goddamn idiot to get claims on that account because everything is broken down into little bitty boxes and pieces. Table, you got to put the table together. The bed frame with IKEA, you got to put that together. So it's in small pieces. You can't damage anything because you're not maneuvering the full piece in and out of a place. You're really tweaking if you mess up IKEA.
You tweaking.
You a goddamn fool.
Yo, goof ass.
So IKEA is the best contract to have. So look at NAL. You know, that's a great contract. So Select, they always been cheap. I've been saying that since I started YouTube. So scale up, yeah, definitely, but with a different company. Denver Costco Cardinal, $600 a day, $170 for helper, 21-year-old insurance. Woo, it's $2,500. Workers' comp is $1,300. So I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm gonna always keep it funky. A big part of your issue, and I don't care what company you go to, a big part of your issue is your age. Now, I'm not saying that to discourage you. I actually want to applaud you. If you're 21 and you're an entrepreneur, you're a business person, you're doing something that a lot of people aren't doing your age because they're too busy chasing butt and scamming and trying to buy Hellcats so they can do donuts and shoot content and stuff. You're 21 and you got a business. That's great. I salute you. Now, on the flip coin, you're in a very liability-driven business, all right? You're operating a big truck, and it's just like car insurance. Insurance companies don't deem people under 25 responsible. And you're driving something way bigger than a car. So your insurance is going to be high. Workers' comp, insurance, your cost is going to be high, and it's just not going to be high now. You're looking at about another 5 years. You're looking at about another 5 years of just exorbitant cost because of your age. But you can't let that discourage you, you know, because like I said, 21 to have your own trucking business up and operational, it's a hell of a feat. So I commend you. But you're going to have to weather the storm of expensive insurance because of your age. $600 a day is not a lot of money. I have a connection with Cardinal. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work. I don't know who onboarded you, but reach out to John. He's probably watching because he watches the channel. Reach out to John and have a conversation with John. I'm not saying ask him for more money. I'm just saying reach out to him and have a conversation with him. Tell him I sent you. And everything you're telling me, tell him. And just have a conversation with him. The people that I know at Cardinal, John, and the execs that I hired at him, out of all the logistics companies that have reached out to the channel, they've been the most consistent. And probably some of they are the best people from all the logistics companies that have reached out to the channel. The goddamn founder and owner of UST has reached out to the channel. All right. So I've talked to owners. All right. But none of them compare to the contact. Like Cardinal, they'll just hit me up just to see how I'm doing. Any way we can support the channel? Can we give a donation to the channel? So they're cool people. Just reach out to John. If you don't have his number, I'll give you his number direct. He said he doesn't mind me giving people his number. And just have a conversation with him, and everything you're telling me, just tell him. And then go into, you know, maybe other opportunities that pay more, or perhaps potentially maybe seeing if there's any type of way they can increase your pay or maybe increase your stops to kind of help supplement some of your exorbitant cost. not to repeat myself, but just to say it again, you're 21, great thing, man. But you got about another 5 years of really high insurance costs. And that's just not something that it's just something you got to deal with. So you have to increase your earnings to kind of offset that. Um, and out of all the logistics companies that I talk to, have relationships with, if anybody's the easiest to talk to, and that's me. I know I'm an influencer, and they're gonna treat me different, but they've been the most delightful to talk to out of everybody. So I would take that advice if I were you, and then keep me updated and let me know when you had that conversation how it goes. If you need that number, DM me and I'll give you that number to the John. I have seen a lot of people selling their box trucks for really good prices. Box trucks are back to normal prices again. So a lot of those guys are, you know, somebody sent me an article in my DM. A lot of people, shout out to everybody who sends me articles that want me to touch and make videos or talk on live streams about stuff. I try to incorporate a lot of them, but somebody sent me one last week that I think we might use as a topic for tomorrow night's Wise Men podcast, and it's kind of centered around this. The reason why I try to avoid talking about this is because it's almost like beating a dead horse. But even now, months and months later, there are still people that are still falling victim to, you know, entering into this space during the pandemic, um, being taken on a ride by, gurus and influencers and creators, um, just exorbitant cost, high cost because they entered into the space wrong, you know. So a big media outlet picked up on it, and we may talk about that tomorrow. So '08 Freightliner M2 20K miles, 20K, $20,000, 213,000 miles. My boy just grabbed one. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. $20,000, 213,000 low miles for '08. So congratulations. Congratulations. Ain't nothing wrong with getting an older truck. I know some people have, their thoughts on older trucks versus newer trucks, but like I said, when I started building my fleet, my trucks were 8 years old when I bought them, minus the two new ones I bought. So when I was buying in 2012 trucks, 2013 rather, I started building my fleet in 2013. I was buying 05s and 06s. So, yeah. So, there's nothing wrong with buying an older truck. You're going to save a lot of money. Don't listen to Axel. Don't listen to Axel. Axel tweaking. Axel rents his van. So don't listen to him. Don't let him troll you. Lion, thanks for that. No problem, no problem. Mauricio, people who drive rentals to get in the business should not be in the trucking business. People who drive rentals to get in the business should not be in the trucking business. Well, I disagree with that. Some people have to start from somewhere. Some people have to start from somewhere, and you know, it is what it is. I think I started with rentals before I started buying my trucks. You know, I don't see nothing wrong with it, me personally. Are there opportunities for part time final mile like 3 to 4 days? No. So your contract for final mile is going to either be 5, 6, or 7 days, and part time, no. If they got freight, they're going to put it on the truck as much as your truck can handle. 15 stops, 20, 25 stops, 10 stops, whatever. So no, there's no part-time. This is a full-time, you dig. 216. Denver Costco. All right, 8 to 15 stops based on distance. Should I explore other? I mean, I like Cardinal. I hate to just tell someone to come from over there, but $600 is just not a lot. I would talk to John tomorrow, and I would have a conversation with him. Let him know what's going on. At the end of the day, you got to look at it like this too. I'm cool with Cardinal, but you got to look at it like this. You're a business owner. You got to do what's best for your business. The same way you would do your family. You're the head of your household, or even whatever, the husband, the wife, whatever. You're going to do what's best for your family. You're going to do what's best for your household. You got to do the same thing for your business. If there's other opportunities out there in your market that are paying more, that's going to help, relieve some of that overhead, because you have high overhead, not because of you being negligent, but just because of your age. You're 21. You're paying $2,500 a month for insurance. That's just something that you're not going to be able to get around. So you're going to have to find opportunities that are going to help relieve some of that exorbitant overhead that you have. If you've been following the channel, but you probably knew because I haven't seen you before. $750 to me is what a person that's running big and bulky find a mile really needs. I don't care if you financing a truck, renting a truck, or got a paid off truck. Your truck has been paid off for 10 years now. Me, $750. $750. But I understand in some markets, you may not get that. I understand that. Some accounts aren't just going to pay you that. Select ain't going to pay you that. That's why earlier when he was telling me what he was running and he told me the rate, I said, that sounds like Select. Am I right or am I wrong? He said, yeah, it's AIT. AIT is now Select because AIT acquired Select. I've been doing this for so long, you could tell me what you're getting paid, and I just know who the company is. Because only certain companies pay that low. So if you feel like you need to venture out and seek other opportunities, don't feel bad about it. Just do it. You got to do what's best for your business. You have to do what's best for your business. All right? Because companies are going to do what's best for them. The third-party logistics companies are going to always do what's best for them. And it goes back to what I said earlier. It's a dog-eat-dog world. You have to be aggressive and getting what you want. And what you want is more money. So if that requires you moving around, then that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Explore other contracts. You want me to answer it for you, so I'm gonna answer it for you. And I rock with Cardinal, but you have to do what's best for your business, and you have a lot of costs because of your age. If you can get $750 somewhere else, then yeah, explore other options. And the correct way to really answer that is you should always be exploring options. You're a business owner, all right? You don't get comfortable anywhere. Always keep options on the table. Always. Always. So always keep options on the table. Just because you're working at one company doesn't mean you can't be exploring and looking to see what other companies are offering. If you at scale and you got multitude of trucks, then you don't have to, you can, I got 3 trucks over here at Cardinal, 3 trucks at UST. You want to diversify, in that regard, because it's just like I was telling someone earlier on a coaching call. I was talking to them, they were real enthused and they had these big, bright ideas, which is great. But I had to hit them with the okie doke. I said, okay, you want to scale? I said, everything you're telling me, I'm reading the situation because I've been in that situation with that particular company. You're only as good to the logistics company as they are to the retailer. Mark, what do you mean by that? You have the contract with them, but they have a contract with whatever the retailer is, Lowe's, Home Depot, whatever. If they lose that contract, you lose it by default. I've been in that situation before. So you always have to have your guard up. You always got to see what else is out there. Because one day they could be like, man, Friday is the last day. We lost the contract. I've been in that situation before. That's why these logistics companies don't put all their eggs in one basket. Hit the like button. How many different logistics companies out there are running Lowe's? UST's running it, RXO's running it, JB Hunt Final Mile is running it. It's a bunch of different companies running it in different markets. Guess what? If JB Hunt is lacking on this contract in a certain market that they have in that territory, but RXO is doing great and JB Hunt is not producing, they got high claims, low customer retention, that customers are complaining that the truck is always canceling or rescheduling, or it's late, or it's damaged claims. When that contract is up, they're going to meet and they're going to say, well, man, RXO is doing good. Should we let RXO expand into this territory and get rid of JB Hunt? And you could be running JB Hunt. Now, your one truck that you're running is doing exceptionally well. You're the go-to guy for that branch. But there's other independent contractors that are failing miserably. And even though you're doing good, it doesn't matter because the majority is not doing good. They're looking at the analytics of the market in majority. So if they're running 10 Lowe's contracts out of that warehouse, let's say for UST, and 70% of them suck, and 30%, which is 3 other independent contractors, are doing good, the mass majority is causing them to lose that contract in that market. And you're going to fall victim to that. So that's one of the main reasons why you always stay looking and keeping companies in your back pocket. Because nothing's for certain. They can lose a contract. It happens all the time. All the time. It's not something that's not uncommon. It's very common. Very common. So, Mark, keep dropping gems. Always appreciate Cleveland, Ohio in the building. Heavy, let's go. Shout out to Cleveland. I got a lot of Cleveland. Shout out to everybody from Cleveland. I got a lot of Cleveland, man. I got just as much Cleveland as I think Chicago people. Shout out to Cleveland. They Midwest, I love Bone. Bone was my favorite group in the 90s. In high school, Bone got me through high school. Thuggish Ruggish Bone came out my freshman year. Thuggish Ruggish Bone had just came out. Shout out to Cleveland, man. Shout out to Cleveland, man. Shout out to Cleveland. Only fruit in the AM gym. Damn, I'm well behind. I was talking about the gym about 30 minutes ago. Lots of Cleveland people here. A lot of Cleveland people in here, man. Shout out to Cleveland. Shout out to Cleveland. Shout out to Cleveland. Axel, chill out, man. Say that for your channel, man. We don't do that over here, man. We don't do that over here, man. We don't do that. Curry is trash for you. But like I said before, I don't coach people to use that as they end all be all. That's a supplement. Man, I ran Office Depot today. I only had 100 pieces. I'm done with my route because I'm efficient. I'm done. It's 1 o'clock. Let me go on Curry. I made 150, 200 over here. It's only 1 o'clock. I could go home or I can get to some more money. So get to some more money. That's what you use Curry for. You go pick you up another 100, 150 over there. It is what it is. Stop listening. That's why I told y'all earlier. Stop listening to these content creators and these influencers, man. They'll send you off. Don't let these guys send you off. I'm not gonna send you off. I'm gonna always keep it funky with you. I'm not gonna send you off. If you tell me something, I say it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you, yeah, you just gotta push through it. It's gonna be all right. Hell no, it's not gonna be all right. You're gonna fail if you do it that way. You're gonna fail. I'm gonna be the one to tell you. The other day, I got a call, and I ain't gonna dive too much in it. Kurt called me, said somebody was mad at me about something I said the other day. It is what it is, but he had to tell that person I was right. When I touched on the women aspect and how, women, you want to do final mile and this, that, and the third, and it's going to come a time where you're going to get challenged. Why? Because you can't physically do the work. This is not something you can do. Somebody took offense to that. You take offense to me saying something that's true. Because I would love to see a woman take a hump strap, go on the edge of a truck. They bring let's say a chest to the edge of a truck. The lift gate is closed. The ramp is up. That person take that hump strap, throw it around that chest, lean up again, tie that hump strap right here on their chest, bend over like this, and go up 3 flights of stairs with that chest on their back. I would love to see a woman do that. I would love to see a woman train someone to do that. You can't. It's the goddamn God's honest truth. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you, you a boss chick. You a boss chick. I'm gonna tell you what you ain't thought about. What's gonna happen when these guys do these claims? Who gonna train them? Well, I'm gonna hire people that know what they doing. How do you know they know what they doing? Because they said they work for this company. Okay, just because they work for that company doesn't mean they was good. They could have sucked working for that company. Yeah, they did the work, but they could have sucked doing it. How do you know? And then even if they were decent, you want to train them to your standards. Why? Because they may have old bad habits from dealing with that company. You don't want those old bad habits in your company. You want to train them on your standard so that when they do some dumb shit outside the way that you trained them, you can hold them accountable by taking the money out their check. People get mad, but it's the truth. And I'm brutally honest. You can't train them. You got to find somebody to train them. You got to find somebody to stand on business. So stop listening to these guys, man. These guys will send you off. They're going to tell you what they're going to tell you enough so you can keep coming back and spending that bread. If they know what to tell you in the first place. I'm a dog. I done put shit on my back. I done did all type of shit. Some of these guys ain't cut like that to do that type of work. You got to be a dog, a killer. You got to be a killer, man. A lot of these cats ain't killers. And then you got to have the killers do the work. Some of these cats ain't cut to even deal with the killers. The killer's gonna run over them. Hey man, let me stop, man. You ran with Pilot, good money? Yeah, I heard Pilot was good. We don't have Pilot here in this market, but I heard they were good. Man, I ain't trying to turn up on a Sunday, man. I'm just trying to kick some knowledge, man, and go to bed afterwards. Is there a difference between a box truck and a straight truck? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I appreciate the advice. Sent you a DM from account. All right, bet. I got you. If I don't check it tonight, I'll check it tomorrow. Most brokers want 2013 or newer. I check Indeed and other similar sites about 10 times a day. That's what's up. You guys stay looking. What's good? What's good? 85 Imports. What's good? Hit that like button. Pippi said hit that like button. So many companies running. I wish I was more confident in what I want to pursue. I know my husband and I can excel in the logistics world. Listen, you must have came in late. You must have came in late. You wish you was more confident. You definitely got to get the confidence, because if you don't have the confidence, you ain't going to have the self-motivation. If it's something you want to do, all right, you have the capital to do it. If you do the research, you do the proper research going into it, right, you'll be fine. Don't make any hasty decisions. But you got to be confident. You have got to be confident, especially if you plan on hiring people. You have to be confident, because even in your darkest times, as a business owner, you're going to have to hold your head up and walk in there with a smile like nothing is going on, because employees can read. They can read the room. And when they see you down and you having an issue, that's when they start hunting and trying to take advantage. You the person that's got to stand on business. And like I said, encourage and motivate them and stand on business. So, get your confidence up. If it's something you want to do, get that confidence up. Make sure you're disciplined, self-motivated, because once you in it, you in it. Once you invest that money, you're in the game. And I don't like calling it the game. You're in the business. Finance a truck, rent a truck, insurance, all your costs, they're coming every month. That should be the fuel that you need to get up and make things happen. And that's why I wanted to do this live. I wanted to redirect people's thoughts. I wanted to unlearn people, right, from the bad habits and the bad way of thinking of being a business owner, and relearn them into the way that I've seen success and that people that I study have seen success. And everybody that I study is self-motivated and self-driven. Stop looking to other people. Stop looking to creators. If creators not giving you information that you can use in your business that you're going to profit, if they're just talking and selling you scenarios and encouraging motivation, then you don't need to be dealing with those people, because it's bullshit. No one, and I'm not saying because they're bullshitting you. I'm saying because you're bullshitting yourself, because you shouldn't have to go look to somebody else for motivation. It's not a knock against anybody. It's to get people to understand that when you want to make that risk, you're making that risk. No one is holding that gun to your head. You're taking a risk. 50-50. It's going to work or it's not going to work. No one is forcing you to do it. So you have to hold yourself accountable to making sure that once you do make that decision to start that business, you're doing everything and anything to make sure it's a success. Because it's your business. It's not nobody else's. So you got to get that confidence up. You have to get that confidence up. You got to. You will excel as if you enter it the right way. And you constantly driving yourself for success. You have to drive yourself. Drive yourself. Because your team is going to be looking for you to drive them. You don't have anybody to push you. You got to push yourself. These are the cards that you're dealing yourself. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. You're giving up that part of your life. I just need somebody to talk to. I just need some encouraging words. No, you gave that up. And somebody out there probably like, man, Mark, you tweaking. No, I'm not tweaking. You gave all that up. And the main reason is because you're going to have people that are looking for you to encourage and motivate them. And you won't be able to do that if you're running and looking and you need it from somebody else. No, you got to do that shit yourself. So get your confidence up, do your research, study, get it together. As long as you enter into the space the correct way, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And you got a husband, you got a partner. A lot of people don't have that. So you guys are motivating each other. It's not like you're self-motivated. You have someone pushing you. You're pushing each other because he has your back and you have his. So you're in a better position than me and a lot of other people when they started. Because I didn't have nobody. I used to go to my mother and try to talk to her. And it was just used to paying her because she's not an entrepreneur. She's a school teacher. She's an educator. And I could see the frustration on her face because I was so frustrated because I got all these ideas in my head, but my community coming from where I come from, there's no other entrepreneurs. I wish I had somebody in 2010 like me in 2023 that could coach me. That shit used to frustrate me so much. And it used to frustrate her because she couldn't help me. I had to figure shit out on my own. I didn't have nobody. Now with technology and the internet, there's a select few people out there that are willing to give people advice pro bono, coach people for a small fee, do live streams for free, answer questions, do videos that have been in the business for years that are guiding you in the right direction. This didn't exist when I got started in 2010. But you're married, so you have a partner in the house with you. So you guys are bouncing off ideas off of each other. You're in a better position than a lot of people. So get your confidence up, do a lot of research studying, and just make sure that when you do pull the trigger, well, let's say push the button. Let's not say pull the trigger because it's 2023. A lot of people are sensitive out here. There's all these shootings and stuff. Let's say when you push the button, you hit the ground running. And ain't going to be no looking back. And failure is not an option. So it is what it is. I'm over the road with my pops. He sleep. That gunshot was everything. Oh, that gunshot woke him up. Let's wake him up. Bow. Let's get it. Cargo van Basha doing local work in the tri-state area. We cannot do OTR because we have 3 small kids. I'm sure we will. And much later, I know I do want to do food apps anymore. Why don't you start with the cargo van? Based off all this stuff you told me, confidence, kids, family. Why don't you start with the cargo van? It's a lot less risky. It's a lot less, costly. If you had to measure the risk between cargo van and a box truck, it's a big difference. So why don't you just get your feet wet? And this is my advice. If I were you, I would just get my feet wet with the cargo van and just kind of learn the industry from a smaller scale and then kind of go from there. You mentioned YouTube content creators. What percentage do you feel are actually making money, or are they all just selling courses? Well, I think from the ones that are left, I think they're making money. I don't think they're making like millions of dollars. I don't think that nobody's making millions of dollars. There's only one person that I've come across that I could say actually made millions in this space other than myself, and that's Kobe Pegway. And the reason why I say that is because I can listen to how he talks and I can tell when a person is bullshitting and when they're not bullshitting. And a lot of the shit he's talking about, I know, I understand. It goes over a lot of people's head because they haven't seen that level of success in the box truck business. He talked a lot about running a fleet of trucks. And from a person who's ran a fleet of trucks, a lot of stuff that he would talk about, I can comprehend. So, at his level of running, based off what he's talking about, I know the numbers in my head because I've done it. You know what I'm saying? So when he was running box trucks, he's not running box trucks. He's divested. He's just renting his box trucks. He's not in the space for pretty much the same reason I divested. I divested due to people. You know what I'm saying? He divested, I think, due to people as well. You know what I'm saying? So he's mostly doing real estate now, I think, and he's just renting his trucks out. But him, now there's other people that are making money for them, like money as far as whatever the truck is making, which is fine. I don't think a lot of people are selling a lot of courses like during the pandemic. The space has died down. If you look at Google Trends, some days it's high, some days it's low. I looked last week; it was low. Um, you can look at the views on the videos. The views have gone down. Um, the space just isn't popular. There's people still coming in. It's just not in a high volume that it was. A lot of content creators that were around have gone. They're not making content anymore. So a lot of people that were making content during that time period were making content because it was trending and it was paying because there was just it was trending. A lot of people were into it, so those views were up, which um, turned into dollars. Right. The moment it shifted, a lot of people went away. So it is what it is. People just have to find the right person. Everybody's approach is going to be different. Some people are going to, uh, you know, um, like certain people other than other people. Some people I can tell like my audience in comparison to other people's audience. My audience is more. I have a tougher crowd. If you look at the box truck couple, they have an older crowd. There's other content creators that have older, more milder crowds. You talk to them, sweet talk them. Those people wouldn't like my content because I'm a little bit, and I'm not edgy. I'm just real. I got gunshots and shit like that. You dig what I'm saying? So an older crowd may not like that. They're not into the lane that I'm into. If I tell them, look, you're not gonna make it because you're not gonna physically do the work. You can't do the physical work. Yeah, I understand you want to start this business, but listen, you're a woman and you can't physically train a person how to carry a sofa or a couch. And I tell them why it's important that they have someone do that, and they get mad. I don't care if you get mad for me telling you the truth, because eventually you're gonna have to come back when you try it your way, and you're gonna have to do that walk of shame and come back to me and tell me I'm right. I've done it. I did it. I know what it takes. I was driving past some guys the other day that was delivering a Sub-Zero refrigerator, and they was clueless. Three guys, three men. It's just certain things out here that's just tough for men. So my audience appreciates the realistic point of view. I've been around long enough to people know that I'm not cap. I've had other content creators come to my market and meet me and see me in the flesh and see how I'm moving and see how I'm living. I've had, and it wasn't me. They just popped up. Former employees come up and they've done told you like, "Yo, I work for the man. Man, this many trucks, man, making millions of dollars." Like, and this is not something I said. This has been solidified by everybody else. So a lot of people not gonna like my approach because I'm gonna give it to you honest. I don't have no reason to lie to you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. If you book a consultation, so be it. If you don't, so be it too. I give enough free information that a person can build a business based off the information I'm giving on the live streams and the videos. If you want to strategize, then yeah, come holler at me one on one. Which leads me into this. I was going to talk about it. I was going to wait, but I'm just going to announce it. So I've always been thinking about doing things to kind of build the box truck culture up and kind of keep it going, because a lot of people aren't doing it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying my best, and me and my team, to do things to just keep this culture going, to kind of keep people informed on things and kind of share information. So I've always been big on not doing mentorships, not doing mentorship. I'm still big on. I'm not going to do a mentorship, but I get bombarded and asked so much. People offer me money. Please work with me. Please work with me. I won't do it because I don't want to do that. So I for the past few months I've been really working and just brainstorming how to not do a mentorship, but do something where outside of YouTube where people who want it can get their questions answered and kind of get pointed in the right direction, right? So, like I've been saying lately, I've been bombarded with DMs, messages. I'm sorry if I haven't gotten to you. I don't sit there all day. I give myself a certain time limit and I respond with wherever I left off at. Right. So what I've done is I've created a community. Right. I'm a business person. I'm not gonna go to Facebook groups. I got my own platform. I don't need Facebook groups. I don't need Facebook. I don't need Instagram. I don't need YouTube. I can build a community within my own platform. And that's what we've done. It's built. That's what I've been working on. And what that community is going to do is it's going to allow box truckers and cargo van independent owner operators to come share information, exchange ideas. And once you do that, what it's going to do is once a person creates a question in the community, it's my responsibility to respond to it. That's where my full attention is going to go to. Not Instagram, not Facebook, not at TikTok. I'm gonna do my content on YouTube. I'm gonna interact with the people on YouTube, and I'm gonna interact with the people in the community. So once a person asks me a question in the community and I answer it because that's where the priority is gonna go for me answering questions, what it's gonna do is gonna leave a digital footprint in that particular form. So anyone that comes there that's a member and they're going to the frequently asked questions or they hit the search and see if someone's asked this question, it'll pop up because it's going to stay there forever. It's going to be a digital footprint. All right. Now, also, what I want to do in there is I want to host calls. I want to host meetings for members only. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. I don't have to use Zoom. I don't have to use Facebook group or none of these other. I can do it all within my own platform, within my own website. I can live stream and do Zoom meetings, not using Zoom, using my own platform. It's built out and meet with people directly, maybe once a week. All right. It's not a mentorship. It's not a mentorship. Now, with the build out on this, the maintenance of it, I'm like, well, if I do this, it's got to pay for itself. All right. So there's got to be a cost associated with it. And I'm like, I've never been the one to hit people upside the head. I'm ramping up the courses on my website. The reason why we're doing that is because we're trying to tone down a lot of the questions. So I've uploaded 2, I think, new courses on the website, and my courses are going to range from $14 to $29.99, $14 to $30. I'm not going to charge nobody $800, $900, $1,000. $14.99 to $29.99. All right, that's how my courses are costing. All right, I think we got 3 courses up there. All right, so I'm like, yo, how do I build this community and keep the cost down? All right, by allowing people to share the cost. So what I'm going to do is it's a private community. It's gotta be a cost associated with it because it's got to be exclusive to members only. You can sign up. You don't got to sign up. But we're going to meet. We're going to exchange information. And I'm going to probably do a weekly meeting where I'm giving people value and I'm really diving into the nitty gritty. I think that's going to be good for peak season. I'm going to do my peak season thing on YouTube, but I got to service my community with more. And that's my best way and my answer to uh, helping a multitude of people, right? Um, while simultaneously keeping the cost low, and not subjecting myself to um, this availability. I just can't be available like with a mentorship. So it's not a mentorship, it's an access. I got a question I really need to ask Mark. It's not something that's strategy, so I don't need to book a coaching session, but it's a question. And I know Mark is backlogged up on Instagram DM. So this membership, it can come in because now if I put my question in the membership form, if I don't get to it, another member that may have the answer may get to it before you while you're waiting, and then I'm going to respond that same day and you're going to get that answer. And then if it's something that you need to dive deeper into, we got the Sunday call every Sunday morning. And then you get with that. Also, within that community, I'm going to have certain challenges, some weekly challenges. So every week there's going to be a challenge. For example, I might challenge everybody that's in the group, man, you need to increase your revenue by 1% this week, or you might need to decrease your overhead costs by 1%. So your fixed costs, you may not be able to do it. So what variable costs can you do without? What luxury variable costs can you really do without that you need to decrease? So I'm going to be doing challenges within that community to help people ultimately make more money. And then when we meet on Sundays, I want to see the result of the challenges. Now, with that, certain challenges are going to deem certain prizes, certain rewards. Because there is there are perks that come with membership. Now, let me do this real quick. To get this community started, actually I kind of jumped the gun. I shouldn't have talked about it too soon. So let me do something real quick. I got to do a quick little screenshot of something because once I say this, I don't need people running to take the cheaper way out. So what I want to do is let me take a screenshot of this. Let's see this. Oh, I got a lot. All right, so hold on. Let me take a screenshot. Let me take the screenshot here. And then let me take another screenshot here. So I know who's who and what's what. All right, so now to get this community started, I'm a fair guy. Everybody that's members. So what I just basically did was took a screenshot of all the MGMs. I appreciate the MGMs for being members to the channel. So you guys get a lifetime subscription to the community. And I'm gonna utilize you guys to get the community going because it can't be a community without people. So the best way to get the community going is by utilizing people that are already members of the channel monthly to give them a free membership to the community. All right, cost. This is something I've been struggling with. I was going to do a weekly subscription, but I'm like, man, you're probably going to get tired of your card getting hit every week. So we're going to do it monthly. It's going to be $60 a month. And with that $60, you're going to have access to other members that are knowledgeable, sharing information, me, priority to your questions, questions only, not strategy. Strategy coaching session has to be booked. And we're going to do weekly calls, all within that app. All within that app. And what I may do also for members is access to all the courses. So whatever courses that I offer are going to be 100% free to you. So that will come along with membership as well. When I decide to release this community, I'll let everybody know. You can become a member if you want. If you don't have to. But I think that is my answer to just the influx of amount of requests that I've been getting to do a mentorship, where I can service a bunch of people at one time for a very low cost, and you'll get quicker access to questions and answers, and it won't just be me, it'll be other people in that community as well that are knowledgeable in this space that you can converse with and chime in with. Obviously, it'll be a lot different than a Facebook group because I heard some of the Facebook groups can get out of hand because this will be monitored by me. And that's that. So I'll let you guys know when I release it. And like I said, all the MGMs, you guys have a lifetime free membership. So I appreciate y'all. That's my give back to y'all. Let me hit some more of these questions and I'm out of here. Why are welding jobs so low pay at $12 an hour with no benefits? A door greeter for Costco makes 24 hours with full benefits. No wonder where there's a shortage of welders, we have to pay shortage. Well, I'm not into welding, so I really can't answer that question for you. But I can tell you one thing. Um, there's a shortage of everything. There's a shortage of welders. There's a shortage of mechanics. There's a shortage of sheet metal workers. There's a shortage of carpenters. There's a shortage of plumbers. There's a shortage of electricians, and that's all due to the new generation not wanting to do that type of work. So I don't know. I'm not in that business. I can't really answer that question for you. Um, they're really about to be mad at you for the truth. Keep going. Yeah, I don't really care about people being mad at me. They can't do nothing to me in real life. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? I had a dude come on my channel a few weeks ago and said he's living his best life. I ain't never heard a man say no goofy ass shit like that. So when people say goofball ass shit like that, let me know what type of person they are in real life. Let me know they ain't cut like that. Let me know they ain't affiliated. I'm affiliated. You see what I'm saying? So when people say goofy shit like that, it lets me know who they are. And I don't really care what people say. They ain't gonna do nothing. So it is what it is. They're gonna do to me. They're gonna do to me. I'm curious where the heck. Let me see. I would rather be a door. I'm glad I came across. I'm glad I came across you, but I hope you are willing to give the info like you claim. See, you knew I didn't give a lot of info, so it ain't. I'm claiming nothing. All you got to do is go back and look at all the old content, and you'll see plenty of info. I feel your energy is real, though. I'm researching for the cargo van as we speak. Tired of working 50 plus a week. You know, I said I'm gonna do more content on that cargo van because I see that cargo van space over there kind of messy. That shit kind of messy over there, man. I might have to, touch that community over there a little bit more. I think I will, man. Stir up some confusion over there, piss some people off. Hey, Mark, does Houston have a good market like Chicago, LA? Yeah, Houston is the fourth largest city in the country. It has a great market. Great market. I remember I was young, stupid, started moving business year 2000. It's been 23 years, sadly. This year is going to be my final year in moving industry. I'm done. I'm old and I'm sick of it. Well, it's just like I say, you're just divesting. I wouldn't say it's stupid. You could just say you're old and you're sick of it because I feel the same way. I don't feel the same way because of the industry. It's a great industry, but you make the money, you invest the money in other things, and you move on. Um, moving is a very taxing business. It's taxing on the body. It's taxing as far as the retention, mentally keeping people, worrying about people who are gonna come to work. Um, so I feel you. I'm actually want to give you a listen. There's nothing wrong with retiring or divesting. You know what I'm saying? So I wanna salute you for being in it 23 years. You got out of it as much as you can get out of it, and you moving on to bigger and better things. 23 years is a long time. So it's not no sadly this year is going to be your final year in the moving industry. It's nothing sad about it. You should be celebrating. 23 years is a long time to be in the moving business, man. A long time. So celebrate. You got 23 years, a lot of money making. I'm pretty sure you're well off. I'm pretty sure you've invested in other things like myself. So, man, celebrate that. You deserve it, man. Moving is a tough industry to be in. It's tough. So don't feel bad. Celebrate, man. Enjoy, your victory lap. And man, and man, just move on to bigger and better things. Um, invest in the things that don't rely on people that are less backbreaking. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing that since 2018. 2018, I set my goal. By 2020, I had to reset my goal. You see what I'm saying? So I'm 43. I can't get out here like I used to and do this shit no more. I be ego lifting in the gym too much. I'm throwing my damn shoulder out every few months, ego lifting, trying to impress one of them chicks walking past. You know what I'm saying? So I do more damage to myself in the gym than I've ever done on a truck. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, 23 years is a long time, man. Go ahead and retire, man. Live your life, man. You did good. Kobe was the first content creator I listened to. Yeah, Kobe, I rock with him. I like his content. It's true to his content. I know it's true to his content because I know the business. So I know if a person is cap or not, and I know if a person is selling fluff or not. I know if a person is really knowledgeable or not. That's why I started pressing the issue of people telling, you know, being honest about their journey and being honest about how long they've been in the space. You know what I'm saying? Because you could be in the space a year, 2 years, or 3 years. You got to be honest with the people and let them know. There's nothing wrong with, you coaching or selling whatever, mentorship or whatever, but you got to be honest with the people because people might look at you like, well, man, you don't have enough tenure. And that's what the biggest thing that I see a lot of people are upset with. They feel like they're not getting the value that they're paying for because the experience level isn't there. And that's where a lot of people get mad at me at. And like I said, that shit that happened a few weeks ago, I think that shit had some undertones to it. And I think it was because I did that video on the rental trucks. But that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? That shit just, a lot of these cats out here, man, they, when you say things that interfere with their money, they get mad. And I remember Motivation had said something a while ago about a certain content creator, and I see what he was talking about now. Because the same way Buddy approached him, that's how I felt like Buddy came and approached me. Except I just ain't the one to really play with like that. You know what I'm saying? I'll let shit die down and run into you in traffic and press the issue. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. A lot of box trucks are for sale now. They definitely are. I'm sure the biggest problem is that these content creators presented their content as a lifestyle more than a job. A lot of people love that stuff and think that it's a job until, well, yeah, they present the lifestyle aspect. And that's where, I got a lot of flack last year because I didn't show anything. And I still don't show anything. You know what I'm saying? Me showing what the fruits of my labor have bared me is not gonna make you more successful. Me giving you my experiences, my knowledge, and my know-how from being experienced and being in space a long time is gonna do you more good than me showing you my Christian Dior sneakers or my Gucci sneakers or my Balenciagas or my Burberry, the newest Burberry polos I just bought. Or when I step out to the club going live and doing a drip check so you can see how I'm dripped out and me standing on couches, and when the bottle chick come with all the bottles, you can see the bottles. Like how is that gonna help you in the box truck? How is that gonna help you? It's not. So if my purpose is to help people in the box truck, then my personal life and my wins in my personal life or whatever luxuries I have is irrelevant because it's not going to help you be successful in the box truck. So yeah, but the younger generation, that goes back to what I say earlier as far as the way people choose their creators, that appeals to a younger generation because the younger generation looks at those things and they see materialistic things as success. Well, man, a person got Gucci on, they got Louis on, they got this collaboration on, you know, man, he got this, he got that, well, man, buddy ass know what he talking about. That's how they relate to content. An older, more mature uh demographic doesn't relate to content like that. You're looking more for uh a person At least people that are smart, when they look for to consume content, they're looking for a person that is going to give them the honest to God truth. They want to know the pros and the cons, the good and the bad, right? Because they want to maneuver around all that. That's why they're consuming content from you. They want to maneuver around the learning curve. You know, they don't want to be sold fluff. You got some people that are naive and ignorant to the fact that get sold fluff, and I call them people in Middle America, my Middle America folks. They just don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, the older demographic, they want the honest to God, raw, uncut truth. And that's the demographic that I serve and I service. You know what I'm saying? I deal with the people that's gonna get ugly with you. Kirk said to me all the time. He said, "Man, he said your following is different from everybody else's following. Your following, they don't play about you, and they will go to war in the chat because we don't play. We call shit out. It is what it is. So I know what type of audience I have. The type of audience I have ain't gonna let me do no fool. And if I do, they gonna check me. And by all means, they supposed to. You know what I'm saying? So it says weird that people can't see the difference. Some people are just naive. That's why I call them Middle America. Some people are just always been in a space where they haven't had to deal with the wool being pulled over their eyes. You know what I'm saying? So, Mark, make sure you get emails so you don't lose track of your people. I got everybody that's a member. I got screenshots so I know who they are. It's the walk said take his money now. You all good. You was one of the first members. I think you was the first MGM. So nah, you good. You good for life. Uh 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 said you 43. I'm 43 too. That's why you wouldn't catch me on a truck. That's why I divested. Because once the pandemic hit, I told you, I've said it a million times, I realized I would never be able to operate the way I operated before the pandemic. It's just a lot of left people. When the pandemic hit and we had to close until they had to deem businesses essential or not, when we got deemed essential, I wasn't even back operational. A lot of people didn't come back because all these free government programs. Nobody finna come lift nothing for Mark. So Mark found himself back on the truck after 7 or 8 years in 2020. And once 2021 hit and I realized that damn, this shit ain't going nowhere. And not only is it not going nowhere anytime soon, that once it does go anywhere, I had already saw people's mindset and behavior shift on the way they looked at work. Man, people was getting so much free money and had been sitting at home for a year. I said, man, it's gonna be hard to get people to come back to work. And I was right. And then I saw how much trucks was going for because the manufacturing had stopped. So there were no new trucks. So all used vehicles was going for an arm and a leg. So I took advantage of that. Started selling trucks. Man, them trucks I was buying for 15, 20, 25,000. People was dropping off bags of $40,000. So I still got a couple trucks left. And I'm gonna sell those probably hopefully by the end of the summer. I'm gonna be done fully. I'm 43 too. I can't be on and off a truck. I fell off a truck last year. Fell off the back of the goddamn truck. I've had jobs last year where people didn't show up and I've had to overextend myself. I had a job last year that a person didn't show up. I had to cover that with just one other guy, and that guy was new. His pants hanging down. He steady pulling up his pants. I damn near did the move by myself. It took 9 hours. The customer wasn't satisfied because we were short a man, and I was the only one really humping because this guy was new. So I'm training this guy and going along. It's hard finding workers. So I agree with you. I'm 43 as well, and that's why I divested. And I'm going to fully divest alongside with you, hopefully by the end of this year. You know what I'm saying? So don't feel bad because I don't feel bad at all. I made a lot of money and I got other shit going on. So don't feel bad. I know what a 43-year-old knee feels like. I know what a 43-year-old shoulder feels like. I know what a 43-year-old hip feels like. And I know that what the business is entailing right now, a lot of people are more owner operator, gig based moving companies. Now, the big moving companies here in my market, they're having the same issue. Quiet as kept, they got immigrants running on their trucks. A lot of these companies are running immigrants just to keep shit going. I refuse to do that. I refuse to do that. So you don't have to feel sad. You don't call yourself old. You're only 43. I'm not old and I'm 43. The business is shifted. You have to divest and you have to shift with the business. That's it. That's all. It's business. I'm pretty sure you made a lot of money. You done right by your money. You got money saved up. I'm pretty sure you got other things, and you're gonna be fine, man. You good. You said you remember one year you worked so much that your fingerprints going when you left the box every single day, go up and down the stairs. Sometimes no elevator, sometimes with the elevator. It be like that sometimes. One time I bought a jewelry box at a garage sale, 25. When I got home, I discovered that there was $1,200 worth of gold rings and necklaces. What's up with you in this welding? You might be on the wrong channel, man. I make more money buying and selling stuff than working. Are you trolling or is you tweaking? Or is you just really obsessed with welding? My boy can't even stay on a truck, falling off like a noob. Ah, we got us a troll. We got us a troll. Man, I fell off a truck 2 or 3 times in my 14 years. So it ain't a noob. It was a mistake that I'm not ashamed to tell people. We all make mistakes. I fell off the truck, but guess what? I didn't drop nothing. I didn't break nothing. Nothing. I just slipped. I'm in Chicago. It was a snowy day. The back of the truck on the edge was wet, and I slipped. Who gives a goddamn? All right, it happens. I've slipped coming up a ramp before. I slipped off the edge of the truck. It was wet. It is what it is. Fell flat on my ass. But guess what broke my fall though? I swear to God, wallahi, wallahi. I say it in Arabic. Wallahi, I swear to God, my wallet broke my fall. So I ain't tweaking and I ain't tripping either. So yeah, I fell off a truck just like a noob. So I don't know if you joking, I don't know if you trolling, but it is what it is. I tripped. I slipped off the edge of the truck. It was a snowy day, and it was just wet on the back of the truck. The snow was blowing in, and it is what it is. You said your guy fell out the truck. It happens, man. That shit happens, man. It happens. It happens. Nah, straight slip. Shit. It is what it is. You need to get as many box trucks as you can, gang. Bro, I had 15 box trucks before, bro. I don't want no more box trucks, man. You get as many as you can. I didn't had enough. I don't want no more. You can have it. You can have it. You can have all the trucks and all the money and the whatever. I've done it, bro. It's all you now. Let me drop this link because I'm curious to know if this dude trolling. Let me see something real quick. You know me, I will call you out in a minute. We ain't blocking no. We ain't gonna block him. Nobody. Hold on. Let me see something. Oh, he already blocked. Oh, he already blocked. Oh, my moderator's already got him up out of here. Cool. So I just see him, but don't nobody else see him. I bet. Yeah, this dude trolling. Yeah, y'all got him up out of here. Cool. Cool. All right, y'all. I see the trolls have entered. He can see, but you can't the moderators done blocked you, Mr. DP. I ain't gonna say your name because it's vulgar. And now you talking about doing illegal stuff, so now I gotta take you all the way and ban you. So now you can't even see the broadcast. So I got him up out of here. Is Oklahoma good for box trucks? I think any market is good for box trucks. Now, what the volume is going to look like, that's something that you got to do a market analysis and determine that. But yeah, Oklahoma, you got a major city in Oklahoma City, I believe, right? So I would do a market analysis and see what the market looks like, and then based on your market analysis, that'll also help you determine which lane of box trucking you should get into. If there's an opportunity for curbside or big and bulky, then fine. But if not, then you may have to go over the road. So you sold your company. So this year is my last year doing transition to the new owner. Oh, you sold your company. So even better. Congratulations, man. All right, y'all. It's been love. I appreciate y'all. We'll be back. Hopefully I get this type of turnout on Monday night, man. Y'all don't turn out like this on Monday night, man. Y'all turn out. Sunday nights is always a big turnout. Who is this calling? Let me see who this is. Well, I still got Rob name under here. Hold on. Gotta change that. Yo. Hello? Hello? All right, man. We ain't talking about nothing. Uh-oh, we got some more trolls in here. That's a lot of trolls in here. Lori Lightfoot. Chicago isn't good for any type of business, brother. Well, I disagree with you. I'm in Chicago and all my businesses have flourished. I even have hired multiple felons and done exceptionally well. So I disagree with that. Yo,
Hello?
hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
What's up, man? It was I was under the account Sarah Abdul Kadir earlier. You're talking about Cardinal in Denver.
Oh, okay. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I appreciate the advice. I'll definitely contact John tomorrow.
Okay. You got it. Is that who onboarded you or somebody else?
The person who onboarded me, his name was Joe, from somewhere. He's not in Denver. Right
Oh,
now, I work with the people here at the Costco warehouse.
okay. You DM'd me, right?
I did, yeah, on Instagram.
Okay, yeah. So I'll shoot you John's number and then just, reach out to him, tell him I sent you, just let him know your situation. Right? You said you're 21, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so just let them know your situation. I can't promise you anything, but see if they can provide you with something that can kind of offset that overhead for you. Since you got a lot of overhead because of your age, as far as your insurance, just kind of talk to them, tell them I sent you, and said, man, I think Mark said he thinks, you know, I, it would be good if I had a conversation with you to just kind of let you know where I'm at. And even if they don't pay you more, but they give you kind of more stops to kind of help offset that, to kind of increase your daily earnings, that would probably help you tremendously. And also, like I said, even though those my people over there, it's your business, man. You got to do what's best for your business. So if moving around is what's best for you, then you got to do that too.
I've noticed they're actually onboarding a bunch of travel teams because they have a bunch of stops they can't take care of, and they're
hmm
paying them much more. But why not pay a local team a bit more, and they can expand and grow with your company?
They're paying travel teams to come into your market, or they're paying travel teams from your market to travel to another market.
From another market to come to our warehouse here.
Um, well, what John told me is that company they don't want to deal with master contractors. So the most they'll let you run in that market is 3 trucks. And I know why they do that, right? Because they don't want one company or one person having too much leverage in their warehouse. So a lot of the stuff that I talk about, how I was able to scale aggressively, is because I use that method. I leverage myself. and T-Force, I was running 9 trucks for Office Depot, and then another 3 trucks for IKEA in the morning, and another 3 trucks in the evening. So I had leverage, and that's what Cardinal doesn't want to do. And he said that because he came on this channel. I interviewed him on this channel. It's not up because I had to take it down because he said something that he shouldn't have said, and it breached the contract with one of the accounts they have. But they don't want one company controlling a lot of their doc because it brings too much leverage. So they rather pay another company more or multiple companies more to come into a market to service that market that's struggling than tell you, you know what, hey, can you bring in 5 more trucks?
I
Because once
believe they're struggling. Go ahead.
No, they are struggling. I anytime I had a coaching call with someone who's in Virginia that's working T-Force, and they're paying him a lot of money to go to another market and do it. Whenever they're paying a travel team, it's because they're struggling. They're
Right,
struggling. They don't have enough
and
contractors.
based on your previous point, they actually have a contractor here with 10 trucks, so they're going against their own standards as well, and they're
Right.
bringing in travel teams. It's why I saw opportunity. Like, I'm questioning, should I explore other opportunities or try to grow here? Because there's definitely contracts available for more trucks.
Yeah. So yeah, ask them if you can onboard more trucks. If you can onboard more trucks, then go for it. That guy that has 10 trucks, he's probably grandfathered in. He's probably been there for a while. But I know when John came on the channel, he said they try to steer clear of master contractors because they don't want one person controlling the majority of their dot, because that's when that leverage comes in. You bring in 4 or 5 trucks, you're gonna want a guarantee, you're gonna want a higher rate, and you're gonna lean on them because now they're dependent on you, and they don't want it like that because it's like they're walking on thin ice with you. If they run in a contract that says let's got 30 routes and you got 10 of them, you control a third of that contract. So if they piss you off and you take your 10 trucks and walk, that's a third of that contract that now they have to answer to whatever the Costco, let's say Costco for. Man, we had a contractor that just quit. We pissed them off, and that was 10 routes. So that's 10 routes. That's 15 to 25 stops. So that's, let's say, 15 stops. That's 150 customers that's not going to get service that day, the next day, the day after that, because it's going to take time to onboard to fulfill those lanes. And it's going to take a few days to contact other contractors in other markets and ask, are they willing to do an out-of-town run? You know what I'm saying? So
They
talk
also
to
have
John.
issues with they also have issues with owner operators too, because there's people not showing up because they're sick or something. I've actually recovered like 3 routes within the past couple of weeks, working from 6 in the morning to like 10 p.m. Working 2 routes.
And what did those routes pay you? They just paid you the standard 600 each route?
No, it's 48 per stop. 600 is if you're below 600. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so how much are you making on average a day?
On average, it will range. So 600 is the minimum. I'll make up to like 720. If I'm recovering a route, they'll give me like 500 extra on top of the per stop pay. So on those days, I'm making like 1,300, but those are rare days.
All right, so on your average Monday, what are you running? Costco, that's Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday? Or is that 7
Monday,
days?
6 days.
6 days?
Yeah, Monday through.
So and you're averaging about what? You said 720 a day?
I was giving you the range, 600 to 720.
Right. So but how many stops are you averaging? What's the volume look like in that market?
Averaging 12 stops.
You're averaging 12 stops? Let me see. Hey, Pippi, is this guy trolling in the chat? If he is, bid him a good night. So you're making about 576, so they bumping that up to 600. So
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not a lot of volume out there. Yeah, 600 to me ain't a lot. Whoever this Ray guy is, who is he talking about is dry snitching to the DOT? That's look. Hold on a second. Do I need a box truck or two What is he talking about? We got a guy here talking about welding. We got a guy here talking about auto parts. We got a guy here talking about Lori Lightfoot. Like, yo, they trolling. This auto parts guy. Yeah, so 600 ain't a lot. I would honestly probably look for other opportunities, man. I hate to say that because I like Cardinal.
Right.
I like Cardinal, but 600 is just not a lot, bro. Especially if you're paying $2,500 a month for insurance. It's just not a lot, bro.
Yeah.
It's not.
And I'll look into household moving as well. It might be another opportunity. Um, but I
Yeah,
don't want to hold up your time. I'm not familiar with this website. Am I just staying on, or what's going on?
you're on YouTube, right?
It says guest.ecam.live.
Oh, you're on my live. Yeah, you called in, so you're live on the show right now. So yeah,
Oh,
but
God.
you're watching on YouTube though, right?
I am, yeah.
All right, yeah. So it's all good. Yeah, man. Just talk to John. I'll send you that number. Just tell him you talked to me, and I thought it would be good if you had a conversation with him. And then once you do, just let me know how that goes for you.
I appreciate it. I'll continue watching.
I appreciate it. All right, y'all. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night for the Wise Men podcast. For everybody that's watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I don't know why so many trolls were in here, well at the end, but man, I don't get trolls like that on Thursday. People in here talking about auto parts and goofball ass welding and goofball shit like that. Hey, we get you up out of here. We don't play no games. Yeah, they ain't making no sense. The damn auto parts and shit like that, man. Peace out with that goofball shit. Then this other dude up here talking about he moving illegals in his box truck. Y'all don't even see that. I think the AI banned him automatically. So shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all. This was a good live. 1,065 people actually came through this live tonight, which is a lot. Hold on 1 second. Hello.
Before you
Hello?
end your live,
Yeah.
I heard an interview you had with one of your previous employees, and you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, you know, starting like a certain brokerage company. Um, it was a while ago, and correct me if I'm not, on the wrong path, but I've been looking into starting like an auto transport brokerage,
Mm-hmm.
or so they have like non-emergency medical transport companies over here, something like that. I wanted to hear your opinion about it. If it's a decent opportunity, if I should stick with the box truck final mile thing.
Auto transport is a good business. Obviously, it's a lot more liability. It's something I thought about years ago, but I decided against it because trusting people with people's furniture is one thing. Trusting people with people's cars is another thing, and I just don't have the stomach, for that. You know what I'm saying? As far as how people are about their cars. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that if I were willing to get into, I would have to do it myself. There's just certain things that I trust with people and certain things I don't. So, me personally, I know it's a good business. When I looked into it, the numbers look good. I've had some cars shipped. I know people that have had cars shipped. So, I know what it costs to ship a car from point A to point B, depending on where in the country. And if you got a person with a 3-4 car trailer, that adds up. Person charge you $800-900 to ship a car from here to Arizona, and they got a 9-car trailer and they got 8 other cars going that way, and the average car is $900. Do the math.
Right.
So it's definitely money in it, but it's a lot more liability. It's a lot more, you're loading those cars up. But you say you want to start a brokerage, right? Or you want to start just the transport company?
A brokerage. So you would collect a brokerage fee up front, and then broker those out to different carriers on like
Yeah,
central dispatch.
it's a middleman. I mean, anytime when you're not fully investing into the liability, you're not dealing with any of the equipment. You're just connecting the dots. So
Exactly. Like the
yeah, I
carrier has
think
the insurance, and you're only filling in the gaps where they don't meet, the
yeah.
customer's expectation.
Anytime you can make money without investing into the actual asset that makes the money, and you don't have to hold that liability, then it's always a good idea. When I was talking about brokering, I was talking for black car service. I'm thinking about starting a brokerage firm for black car service. But being a middleman is a great way to make money hands off. So yeah, I think if that's something you're looking to do, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I've actually already started the process. Is I just need to pay a bond. They require like a $75,000 bond
Mm-hmm.
uh, to start as a broker with the FMCSA, and
Uh-huh.
then after that, I'm set to start.
Yeah, well, yeah, go for it, man. Sky's the limit, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. You have a good night.
You as well.
Yeah.
Let's see here, man. Whoa, man, what's up with these trolls, bro? Yeah, they trolling tonight. You got Carlton Banks in here. My cousin will get some stuff in storage he needs to get from Bel Air to Philly. Yeah, they trolling. I'm in Chicago needing to figure out what to do. I got my own truck. All right, Chicago's very own. If you in Chicago, you got a truck. Is it you got your authority? I gotta help my Chicago brethren before I get out of here. You got your own authority? Let me know. I ain't gonna be on it too much longer. I gotta get out of here. These trolls is trolling. Carlton Banks, do y'all service Bel Air area? Nope, but I service the band area. So I'm gonna ban you, get you up out of here. Carlton Banks, Pippi got rid of him. Nas all went under. I'm starting over. Let me see. No, it all went under. I'm starting over. You went under due to the pandemic. What you invested wrong. You came in with too much overhead. Was in Dallas, just moved back to Chicago. So you was in the box truck business and you went out of business? You're gonna have to give me your full story so I can kind of understand what we talking about here. Sherry Ann Trucking, I'm interested in the black car service. Also, it's Axel in the courier service. Yeah, Axel runs vans. Well, yeah, if I fully invest into that black car business, I'll make sure I add content to the channel. Regarding it, yeah, it did OTR, but was down south. All right, so you want to reinvest back in? All right, well, since you up here and you in Chicago, if I were you and you want to do box trucks, I would go. There's two companies I would point you in the right direction. I would go to T-Force and try to get Home Depot for curbside, or I would go to a company here in Hillside called Veterans Distribution. Veterans Distribution, they have a lot of work, but they kind of like funny when it comes to the money. So, but I think if you go out to T-Force for that Home Depot contract curbside, I think you would do well. So that's what I would do if I were you. If you need to holler at Axel, just catch him in here. He might still be in here, or just go email him. Go email him. Shout out to everybody that came through here. A lot of people came through here tonight. I see Sunday's no problem. I see Sunday is a busy night. A lot of people online on Sunday nights. I might start back coming back on Sunday. 1,093 people came through here. We got 153 likes, so I guess that's cool. Now we got Axel Foley. I'm a detective, not a courier service. Man, how does this retard keep coming in here? I'm out of here, man. Y'all be tweaking on Sundays. There's a lot of goofies in here on Sundays, trolling and shit. So this is what we're gonna do for the goofies real quick.
Yo, goof ass. Goofy as hell.
Hey, whoever that is making these fake accounts, Axel Foley, you goofy as hell on my mama. Go find you something to do. All right? Until the next time. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm out. Hey, to the troll, go play in traffic. I'm out.
Yo, goof ass.
You stupid.
Goofy as hell.